not to be here. welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, April 23rd. We are having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so if anyone is joining us on Zoom, you are not going to be able to see the room, which is normally fed through our camera system. However, if you are watching on Grassroots TV or the YouTube channel, you should be able to see everything there. We apologize for the difficulty, but we wanted to move forward with our agenda as it is, and despite, maybe we made it, despite our hiccups. So with that, I'm going to look to County Manager John Peacock. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Great. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online who wishes to provide public comment on items that are not listed on the agenda for a public hearing today? I know at least one. Come on up, Tony.
Is this the right place here, honey?
Yes.
And just make sure the red light is on.
It looks like it.
Great.
Okay.
And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and this is the first time in 50 years I've ever had a prepared statement because there's a lot that I want to cover. So I'm going to speak really quickly. So my purpose today is to pull together the community on Highway 82 with the process that's before us. You probably received my letter called Pulling the Fire Alarm, which is what I'm doing with this letter right now. And it's one of my concerns also, the focus is that what I'm going to speak about is being paid for with taxpayer funds. As I said, we need to pull together and we need to follow the process for Highway 82 that's within the 1998 Record of Decision and that's mandated by the Colorado Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Department. As you know, a new citizen group is gearing up to review and weigh in on the next steps for the entrance to Aspen, hoping to place a primary focus on traffic congestion and greenhouse gas emissions. CDOT Region 3 Communications Manager Chuck Marsh, in an email to the Aspen Daily News, said the new group's work will not directly factor into CDOT's decision. We at CDOT applaud the citizens group in Aspen for taking an interest and active role in topics important to their community. That said, we will not participate in actions with the group, but will continue to maintain our working relationship with the City of Aspen and will work through any entry initiatives at that level. He continued, we have advised the City of Aspen that if they provide sufficient reasoning to the Federal Highway Administration and CDOT, then a new environmental impact process could be approved. If there is valid reasoning to enter into a new EIS, the existing Record of Decision would be vacated and a new one would be drafted based on the findings of that EIS. For now, however, CDOT is not going to speculate on the outcome of any decisions that group may come forward with. The current process that we're in right now, and my concern is how we're trying to pull everybody together. I don't think everybody really understands the process and where we're at right now on the stage. Right now, the city is undertaking a letter of intent to CDOT and the Federal Highway to reopen the environmental impact study. They've hired Jacobs Engineering, who's compiling materials to form this letter of intent. The City of Aspen, the very first step that we have to do, we have to work together as a team. The lead agency on this is the City of Aspen. And they are currently doing an online public outreach. It's a 7-question survey and a really cool interactive map that's going to form the foundation of the letter of intent. And the results of this survey were just given to City Council this past Monday, a midterm update. My concerns with the Transportation Coalition for the 21st Century is that it's an invitee-only coalition. It's not transparent. Doesn't involve the whole community, and that's what CDOT and the Federal Highway Program is looking for: community cohesiveness and unification. The coalition did not state anywhere in their charter that they gave you that they were going to work with the City of Aspen. And nowhere in their charter did they say that we're going to be part of Phase 1, which is mandated by CDOT and the feds to put together this letter of intent to reopen the environmental impact study. What the difference is, the city is asking, hopefully, sounds like they're going to, a full environmental impact study that will study from Brush Creek Park and Ride all the way to Ruby Park. Whereas referendum 2 that just got passed, the preferred alternative, the straight shot, that only focuses on the Marolt open space, the crossing of that. That's minimal compared to the 20-minute delays in front of the airport, trying to connect the lumberyard, Buttermilk. Then some of the red flags is that this is the process, and this is where I'm asking the elected officials to take the lead on this. And it says, this is coming from their statement, when the coalition's recommendations are complete, we hope that local elected officials will endorse them by resolution and move the recommended plan towards the necessary approvals and implementation. That's not our local official's job. You don't have the authority to do that. The only one that has to do that is CDOT. Then the next thing is that no new studies. Just yesterday they said no new studies. We're going to need some new studies because we have the airport multimodal layout plan, that's a new study. The airport business center transportation plan, that's a new study. Pickens County's Brush Creek transit study, that's a new study. New technology study, which for me is a Highway 82 aerial connection. That's a new study. My recommendation, and thank you so much, is that the coalition should be an active part of the current City of Aspen mandated CDOT and federal highway process by filling out the online 7-question survey and the interactive map so we can get the EIS approved and opened up. And the coalition should carry on, but they should function as a community committee and bring forward their recommendations through the legally mandated process by CDOT and the feds. And then once the EIS is opened up, then that's the time for them to bring forward the recommendations. So thank you so much.
Thank you
That-
for
that
your
was a mouthful.
continued
I apologize.
passion and advocacy
And I
for
will-
Highway 82 safety.
Consolidate this and put it in a form and send it to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Anyone else in the room who wishes to provide public comment for items not listed for a public hearing today? Is there anyone online? Please raise your hand. All right. Not seeing any. I will go ahead and close the public comment period and turn to commissioner comments. Are there any today? Patty?
I'll make one. As I think everyone can see and has noted, flags around the country are flying at half-mast for the passing of the Pope. I'm not of the Catholic religion, but I think this was a man who represented millions and millions and millions of people around the world in a fair and inclusive manner. And I think the loss of this Pope will affect many, and as his life affected many in a positive way, I think that the appointment, or whatever, I don't know if they call it an appointment of a new pope. We've been appointing a lot of things these days in this little dais here, but I think it's a very interesting, fascinating, historic process. So I just wanted to recognize the service that this man, great man, has given his life to. So thank you.
Thanks, Patty. And I was going to comment as well, so I'll just chime in after
Please.
you. And, you know, I'd like to share a few of the quotes of the Pope, regardless of if you're religious. I think that his passing leaves a real vacuum for a message of love and compassion that I hope collectively we can all move a little bit in our lives to try and fill. And some of the things that he had said that resonate with me. Human rights are not only violated by terrorism, repression, or assassination, but also by unfair economic structures that create huge inequalities. And that the measure of the greatness of a society is found in the way it treats those most in need. A little bit of mercy makes the world less cold and more just. And then relative to LGBTQ rights, you know, he said, if a man looks for God in his heart, who am I to judge? Which was a real shift, I think, for the church. And, you know, again, I will keep him in my memory and try to emulate those messages in my own life in these days where I think we need them. Other commissioner comments? Okay, let's move on to our agenda, and I'm going to try and move us more quickly today. We've been spending late nights here, and I'd rather not today. So, our consent agenda, it has the minutes of April 9th and April 15th, where we had a special meeting to adopt a sheriff's use of force policy, which we needed to do for a grant application. Does anyone wish to pull either of those items for discussion?
I'd make a motion to approve them.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Let's move on to what I think will be a historic day for collaboration in the watershed of the Colorado. To a resolution supporting the Shoshone Permanency Project and making a financial contribution to the project from the Pickens County Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. I'd like to invite Healthy Rivers staff. I'd like to invite Colorado River District staff to come join us. Spaz, we do have some people online who should be moved to panelists. Jennifer, Molly,
Lisa, just pull up an extra chair.
Tara. Who else am I missing? Brendan and Jocelyn. Is Jocelyn here for that? She might be here for something else. Okay, and I'll turn it over to County Attorney Rye Neely, who has shepherded these conversations to this point today.
Thanks, Kelly. And it looks like, do we have Jennifer Dalala and I think, let's see, Tara? We could promote both. Well, I guess they're both panelists already.
That's,
They just have the permission to talk currently.
Oh, okay, great.
And I can promote them.
Okay, no problem. Awesome, thank you. So what's in front of the board today is a resolution supporting the Shoshone Permanency Project. We have some representatives from the River District here. I will let them introduce themselves, but well, actually, why don't you guys do that right now?
red light on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to come speak with you. I'm Andy Mueller, the General Manager at the Colorado River District, and this is Peter Fleming, the General Counsel at the Colorado River District. We also have online Brendan Langenhausen, our Director of Technical Advocacy, if there are any technical questions to be answered. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. We do have our water council available in the event that the BoCC or anybody else wants some clarification from those folks, and our engineering consultants that have helped us on this project as well. So if you have legal or technical questions, I can try and answer them. Obviously, the River District has some folks here that can help us with that, and hopefully we can all get to a really good understanding of what the Shoshone Permanency Project is and how we're all working collectively to move forward from here. As I said, there's a resolution in front of the board right now. I did get a couple minor comments from the River District on the resolution, which are, I think, cleanup items, and I'll go through those. One was a clear typographical error, and the other are just some good additions and clarifications. So I'll go through those in a minute. Substantially, what this resolution does is provide Pickens counties and the Board of County Commissioners support for the Shoshone Permanency Project. That support is reflected in this resolution as a public statement of support, as well as a financial contribution to the project. The board has in its packet a recommendation from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. It's a letter that from the chair of the Healthy Rivers Board rendering the recommendation to this board in compliance with the stewardship of the fund, the Healthy Rivers Fund. The way that this financial contribution is set up right now is it will come wholly from the Pickens County Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, which was approved by the voters of Pickens County in 2008. The resolution does document the objectives of and the allowed uses of that fund in the fourth whereas clause on page 1 of the resolution. The county attorney's office is of the opinion that utilization of the fund to support the Shoshone Permanency Project falls squarely within the objectives that were outlined in 2008 when this fund was put in place and approved by the voters of Picken County. I want to give Lisa McDonald or Lisa Tasker an opportunity to relay their board's recommendation to you all or provide any further comments on that before I jump back into the resolution. We have a lot of really talented and smart people here, and I want to give everybody an opportunity to jump in as well and not take up a huge amount of time. I do want to go through specifically what the Shoshone Permanency Project is, which I'm assuming these gentlemen can speak to as well as clean up some of the things in the resolution. And as you'll note, the resolution that's in your packet today does not include the amount of the financial contribution that the board can make towards this project, if it so chooses. The Healthy Rivers and Streams Board has made a recommendation that the BoCC allocate $1 million towards this project, but this board is free to take that recommendation and do with it what you will. But I do want to give Lisa McDonald a quick chance to either, her board has worked really hard on this project, and I don't want to put her on the spot too much, but I think Healthy Rivers staff and the Healthy Rivers Board has really put in a lot of effort on this project, and I think that's commendable both from a staff perspective as well as a citizen volunteer board's perspective. It takes a lot of hard work and understanding, as you all know, to come to grips with the intricacies of Shoshone and all our water rights in general. So, do you have anything to add, Lisa?
I don't think so. I think Rye covered it pretty well. The board met, as he mentioned, last Thursday and unanimously moved to approve spending the funds, the $1 million, or recommended the $1 million. The fund is a healthy fund, and we can bank that money or earmark that money over the period of time, that it needs to be used. So I think that's kind of it, unless you have anything more. I think they were excited about the project overall and keeping the Upper Fork safe and keeping water on the western slope. So.
Thanks, Lisa. I think that's a good place for me to continue into the resolution. As I said, the resolution's really twofold with respect to this board's support for the project, but that does include a financial component. But the resolution itself does outline some goals for the Shoshone project that I believe are mutual between Picken County and the River District. One is keeping water on the west slope of Colorado, and that is outlined. It's included in this resolution, as well as making sure that that goal is equal and/or the goal of protecting the upper Roaring Fork River is not jeopardized by keeping water on the western slope. This resolution recognizes those two competing interests and harmonizes, I believe, how they can work together. The resolution, along with an agreement that we've reached with the River District on our participation in the water court proceedings, I think effectuates maintaining water on the western slope, as well as making sure that the upper Roaring Fork is protected through that, and if ultimately the Shoshone Permanency Project comes to fruition, which I think at this point, based on the resolution, we all hope it does. Before I go on, do you gentlemen want? Let me go through the resolution and grab a couple spots where I think Peter helped me find a couple errors. On the second page of the resolution, there's a statement that starts, whereas funding of the purchase of Shoshone water rights will rely on a diverse partnership. There is an A in front of $20 million, and that needs to be struck. It should just read including $20 million, not including a $20 million. So that needs to be struck. 3 paragraphs later, there's a discussion about the tangible and foreseeable benefits from the Shoshone Permanency Project. And about halfway through that paragraph, there is a discussion of enhancement of water quality and quantity on the Roaring Fork and Crystal Rivers. Peter suggested adding the Frying Pan River to that as well, and I think that makes sense as long as the board is amenable to that. And finally, the paragraph that starts on page 2 but continues on to page 3 discusses the use of some grizzly water stored in the Grizzly Reservoir, and we can talk about that a little bit more, but the River District has suggested a clarification that that water is to be used for West Slope use, which is consistent with the agreement that we reached with the River District, and I am not sure why we would want to use it for anything other than that, but I think that's a really good clarification. If those are acceptable to the board, I'd clean those up before the execution version went out to the chair.
Yes, Greg.
Thank you. Could you just describe the significance of adding the frying pan? It sounds great. Does it detract or dilute or become an opportunity for doing something other than working with the fork? I just want to make sure I understand this is not some sort of exclusive thing that happens.
Sure, and I
clarity.
can let the River District chime in too, but I
Didn't think
believe
so,
I
but-
believe the intent was more of a
Inclusivity.
I excluded without thinking the Frying Pan River when I was drafting this resolution, but clearly it's within the watershed that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund is devoted to protecting. So I think it was an omission on my part that I think these guys cleaned up for me.
Commissioner Pochman, if I may just speak to that, I would suggest certainly don't view those in the alternative. We view those in the conjunctive. We believe that Shoshone and our work together with Picken County should be aimed at all three watersheds, and we are committing to that and thought that it was important just to mention the frying pan. So.
Thank you. Now, while I'm on that track, we've got several other creeks and rivers I won't mention, but why wouldn't they be, or are they just part of the Roaring Fork watershed? I just want to understand how you decide what to choose. Hunter Creek, for instance, or you know.
Sure. I
Maroon
believe
Castle.
that I don't believe. The resolution recognizes the tributary streams that flow into the Roaring Fork, Frying Pan
is a
if we had it,
tributary though, right?
and the Crystal. And technically the Crystal is a tributary to the Roaring Fork, and the Frying Pan's a tributary to the Roaring Fork, and ultimately the Roaring Fork's a tributary to the Colorado River, correct?
Right,
So,
right. Okay, just want to make sure we understand.
but
how
their
this-
tributary streams are included in the resolution
Okay,
as well.
thanks. That's my question.
So before I go on, does the board have any questions? And I think I'd like to kick it to these guys to add in their comments. And I just want to agree with Commissioner McNicholas Curry that I think this is a historic day, and I think it's great that we're coming together to support the Shoshone Permanency Project. And I'll turn it over to you guys for any comments.
Maybe just a really some general comments. I'll let legal counsel speak to anything specific, but I would, on behalf of the River District, we really appreciate the partnership that this resolution and potential contribution to the Shoshone permanency effort represents. I can tell you, we really appreciate staff and the Healthy River staff as well, but the legal staff and really working hard to reach an agreement and an understanding. From our perspective, we view this as an opportunity to really create and enhance a partnership that should be incredibly functional in the future. And we're committed to working with you to keep the Upper Roaring Fork healthy, to making it healthier, to figuring out creative solutions to bring water into the watershed at the right times of the year when the heat and the low water temperatures are really hammering it right now. There are lots of efforts out there that I think we can pursue jointly, and I appreciate the opportunity and the cooperative attitude to doing that. So I appreciate that. We'll just say it's a pleasure having Francie on our board. Commissioner Jacober has been very helpful in helping, I think, bridge what oftentimes can be a perceived as a conflict when our interests are truly the same. So really looking forward to more of this kind of communication with you. And frankly, that the communication is I think there's little substance in our disagreements that we've had in the past. There was quite a bit in the distant past, but it really, in my mind, is about how we communicate with each other and keep in mind our mutual goals that exist here in the county. So, thank you. Peter?
I don't know that I have a whole lot more to add other than just say I'm really excited about this. I think this is just great, and I really look forward to working closely with the county. I look back to the Busk Ivanhoe case, which was a number of years back, but where we worked closely with the county in opposing an application of a Busk Ivanhoe company, which is owned by the city of Aurora, or at least half of that project is owned by the city of Aurora, and it took a while, including a trip to the Colorado Supreme Court, but we did a pretty good job in telling Aurora they weren't doing things the right way, and I think we ended up with a result that was well, I know we did, ended up with a result that was good for both the River District and the county. And, I think that this project is in the same vein as that. We do have a bit of a long road ahead of us in terms of other steps to take with state Colorado Water Conservation Board, and then going to water court, and where we might face opposition from some of those very same parties that we dealt with in the Busk case. But I just really excited about where things are with the county on this project, and we are absolutely excited to work with the county in this and anything else regarding West Slope waters, including the Roaring Fork. Thank you.
Peter.
And if there's any questions, sorry. to
No,
interrupt,
no,
If
of
there's any
course.
questions about the project in general, or of course, Andy or I could talk for the rest of the afternoon. We know you don't want to stay here all night, so we
No,
don't
but
need to
this
do
is
that.
very important, and I do just want to, I do just want to sort of reground us for if the public is tuning in for the first time, or we have staff sitting here from different departments that maybe have no idea what we're doing here. This is a really historic opportunity where the River District has entered into a contract to buy the water rights that flow through Shoshone and pulls water to the West Slope. We at Picken County are a little late to the party because we've had some concerns with the way that water gets pumped throughout the year to different water rights owners for a variety of uses, and how that affects that timing of the way water moves affects the health of our rivers in big general, and in specific how water that gets pulled down the Roaring Fork River at certain times of the year and keeps that river from running dry in current operations will not be harmed moving into the future with this change in water use from a hydropower plant to an in-stream flow that the Colorado River District is going to courts to ask for a change in use for. So just that's, I think there's been a lot of the collaboration here has really been resolving those concerns, and the resolution of those concerns is laid out in how we endeavor to move forward together in the resolution. And so I just want the public to know that as they're elected, I feel very comfortable in the work and negotiation that's gone on to support this project and its really big, important goals, as well as support the health of our localized river experience and the health here that we do share in these goals. And I'm glad that we've gotten there. I think I feel confident to say to the public that we're doing right by them and all the rivers in the county, and that run through the county. And that's why signing this today and entering into this financial contribution so they can enact the purchase is a really important thing to do. So I just wanted to zoom out a little bit and sort of remind why we're here in case no one knew, or you're tuning in for the first time. So with that, I'll look back to Rye to see if you want to clarify anything else, or I can go to board members for questions.
I think that Mr. Mueller may have a further follow-up, but
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that too.
Thank you. I just had one quick follow-up. Chair McNicholas Curry, you raised a really interesting point, and I just want to kind of hone in on this so that I think you're aware of this, but your constituents maybe are not. With the joining of Pickens County to this coalition, this is not an effort just by the River District. We have, right now, actually 59 partners in the coalition trying to accomplish this. You will be the 60th partner. Should you pass a resolution and commit to contributing money, you'll be the 30th entity contributing money to this. This is a broad, widespread coalition, incredibly diverse and unifying in what is a politically diverse geography of the Colorado River Basin in our state. And so, the counties, you'll be the 6th county to commit money to this fund. We have cities from Grand Junction to Glenwood Springs and on up to Breckenridge and Silverthorne participating in this. We have water user entities from the Grand Valley back up to Grand County and Summit County. It's a really impressive opportunity where, especially in today's political climate, where people are all rowing in the same direction in a unified fashion. And it's really appreciate your joining that coalition. And I don't think you're joining too late. I think you're joining at just the right time. We're about to enter into a
Fashionably late.
Yeah, fashionably late. But a process with the Colorado Water Conservation Board where your support will be essential to a successful experience there and then on into water court. So we just want to say thank you very much for that.
Patty.
Andy,
and
did
then
you
Greg.
really say we're all rowing?
I did.
I didn't miss that. Thank you.
Greg, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, regardless of the outcome, which I think should be positive, and we will help to make it so, this is just the beginning for you, really. You've got all your ducks, us being the last duck in perhaps, in a row. Now it's time to get to work on the big project ahead. I just want to say I'm really grateful that we've kind of reaffirmed a collaboration and a partnership, understanding that headwaters and points west are what we're all interested in making sure the water keeps flowing west. And I'm gratified that our relationship seems to be stronger and cemented by this. So just want to make sure that regardless of the outcome, because it's going to be several years before we know, right?
Correct.
Thanks.
Questions, Francie?
I have a question. It might be for you, Peter. I'm not sure. I'm wondering about the impact of the Shoshone permanency on compact negotiations, Colorado River compact negotiations, and also the timing, because I know the compact's coming up next year, but this will be further out than that. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I mean, I can speak to it a little bit. That it raises a little bit of a touchy subject with the state of Colorado. We're trying to honor the state's indications to us that that the Shoshone discussions are best held in the state and not on the interstate basis. That said, it is clear from the technical work that we've had done and in some sense from common sense that the continued exercise of the Shoshone water rights will continue to pull water downstream. And that water, some of it, maybe not all of it, but some of it gets to the state line and keeps flowing. It provides, if you will, an assist to the state's continued compliance with its compact obligations. In the absence of the Shoshone water rights, some, but maybe not all, but some of the water will be diverted 100% consumptively across the Continental Divide, where, of course, it doesn't return back to the Colorado River Basin and will then be an additional depletion. And just as that's sort of on the compact issues. Then we have unrelated, but with the shadow of the compact overlaying that, you have unrelated the negotiations to renew what we call the 2007 guidelines regarding Lakes Powell and Mead. That's a reclamation federal process by which they determine how to operate those two reservoirs. That's the project that's going on now that terminates in 2026. the 7 basin states need to have a new deal, basically, or the United States will impose one upon them before, really in the short term, or in order to guide river operations on the main stem, basically meaning from Lake Powell downstream after 2026. So those negotiations are going on now. They are sensitive. They're tense. We have reason to believe that there's been some recent progress. Shoshone really hasn't been at issue in those, and probably appropriately so, shouldn't be at issue in those negotiations, other than, as we've said before, the obvious that if Shoshone continues to exercise those water rights, those molecules, some of them will make it to the state line and beyond.
And I would just add to Peter's comments that the internal benefit to Pickens County and the West Slope to have the Shoshone water continuing to go into Powell and therefore hopefully assist in the prevention of a deficit from a compact perspective in terms of the water passing into Powell. The real benefit is that there's an awful lot of pressure right now on irrigated agriculture to dry up either temporarily or permanently in western Colorado. And I think this board has recognized in the past, and I would guess currently, that the value of irrigated agriculture to our not only our economy, but our wildlife and our return flows to the streams late season, our open spaces and working ranches really enhance the values here in our communities. There are some in the basin who would like to see those dried up and have that water sent down. There have been programs tried out, piloted. There will be programs in the future. Having the Shoshone water passing the state line and going into Lake Powell, and not an insubstantial amount, I might say, just to be clear about it, ends up, we believe, lessening the pressure on drying up agriculture in western Colorado. And that's part of why we think it's so important. It doesn't mean that anybody in agriculture should waste water. It means that we all have to be wise stewards of it, but that it is a way to help relieve some of that pressure on our agricultural community. So,
Thank you. And I'd like to follow up on that. It would be helpful, I think, Rye, I'll turn to you, or if you want to ask Jennifer or Molly to talk about the benefits of this agreement with the River District to Pickens County.
Sure, I can do that a little bit. And then I would ask Jennifer or Molly to participate. I did not intentionally omit mentioning them earlier, but our team from Moses and Whittemire and Martin and Wood have both been hugely instrumental in getting this deal to where it is and getting this support, or I guess getting myself, staff, and the BoCC comfortable with supporting the Shoshone project. I think that from a number of perspectives, supporting Shoshone permanency is beneficial to Pickens County and the citizens of Pickens County. Primarily, and teeing off of what these two gentlemen just said, maintaining wet water on the western slope, or the west slope of Colorado, is a laudable and very important goal. The effort to allocate the existing water rights serving the Shoshone power plant to in-stream flow purposes further that goal immensely, in my opinion. And I think Jennifer and Molly could weigh in on that as well. But ultimately, that effort and Pickens County's interaction with the main stem of the Colorado and the Roaring Fork River and the Crystal River and the Frying Pan River are somewhat obvious, I believe. But whether you're a rancher or a farmer or a recreationist or any number, or whether you just enjoy the beautiful landscape we all live in, having wet water on the west slope of Colorado is, you can't really put a value on it in my mind. Jennifer, do you want to add anything? I think it'd be great if you did, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Hey, everybody. So I think you all have covered by and large the great benefits of the Shoshone project and of this agreement in particular. A couple of things I think we'd add from the law firm's perspective. Peter mentioned that the county and the River District were shoulder to shoulder in the Busk-Ivanhoe case and came out of that with some really terrific benefits for the West Slope. I think we are re-engaging in a really great way, re-engaging that relationship, and think that's going to be one of the most productive things to come out of this, in addition to the benefits you've already discussed with the Shoshone project itself. There's that we know, we've talked a good bit about it. An ancillary benefit of this is going to be that the River District has agreed that Pitkin County can now have a voice in working with Aspen and the River District on that grizzly water. That is one of the only sources of water available upstream of you that can be held, and is going to be, I think, a really good, not going to be there all that often, but when it is, a really great benefit for the Upper Fork to have that there as well. So, I mean, I think I would iterate everything you folks have said and really just say again, this relationship, I think it's been a fabulous relationship in the past, can be a really wonderful relationship moving forward. And I don't know if it was Peter or Andy who said, but maybe it was Rye, that we do anticipate that we will be working in support of this application in the water court. We, as you know, we're going to make sure the Upper Roaring Fork is protected, but we see this as being a partnership from here forward and as working to help the cause, starting with in that CWCB proceeding. So if you all have questions for us, we're happy to chime in. And I know Martin and Wood is also tuned in. So Kelly, I don't know if they may have something to add from the perspective of technical benefits.
Sure, we'd love to hear it. Let's see. I'm not
Well,
sure.
we will be finalizing a preliminary engineering report shortly, and we do expect that the modeling is showing that there could potentially an impact of averages 26 acre-feet per year to the Upper Roaring Fork if Shoshone permanency, if the Shoshone permanency water rights case goes in a certain direction. So we're maintaining the possibility that Roaring Fork, water rights or the Roaring Fork stream flows do need to be protected.
And that was Tara Menninger with Martin and Wood, who is
Yes.
our engineers helping us with this as well. Okay, are there any further questions from board members to either our staff, our consultant team, or the River District? Okay, and I just want to check in then about the recommendation from the Healthy Rivers Board for the $1 million contribution towards this contract. Is there something else, right?
I guess the only thing I wanted to add in addition is beyond the immediate and very foreseeable benefits that one can anticipate from, or should the River District ultimately be successful with the Shoshone Permanency Project. I think that collaboration with the River District and other Western Slope entities, whether they be municipalities or counties, this show of support and a rejuvenation of our partnership with the River District really is critical to furthering other goals for the watershed and the West Slope as a whole, whether that be installing gauges to monitor tributaries of the Crystal or Roaring Fork River, or working on additional conservation efforts to keep more water in our in-stream flow reaches. There's a number of benefits from supporting the river district that ultimately should flow into other projects that we are all mutually working on and interested in the future. So I just wanted to add that caveat, and I think that you heard quite a bit about that from our river district friends as well as from Jennifer just now, that this hopefully provides a springboard to further efforts in the water conservation and quality realm that can, I think, reasonably be anticipated to get more difficult as water scarcity becomes more of an issue and water quality continues to be an issue going forward from here. So I do think that this action of the BoCC is critical, and I couldn't express my opinion that the board support this and adopt this resolution more at this point. So thanks for considering it.
Great, thank you, Rye. All right, are we good with the $1 million recommendation from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board? Is there any concerns anyone wants to raise relative to that right now? Because we'll need to add that in to the resolution. Greg.
I'd make a motion if we're ready for.
I have a comment.
Yeah,
Back to
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. This has been a long process, but I think we have a lot longer to go. So we look forward to working with everyone to protect these waters. And I would be remiss if I didn't want to pass on the acknowledgement that Mr. Ely, the previous county attorney, is not here with us today, and how hard he has worked. He spent a lot of time, especially at 3 a.m, thinking about ways to solve our water problems throughout the valley and throughout the state and beyond. And I constantly tease my family in Southern California that they better be careful because their water they're drinking might be coming from me, since I'm at the headwaters of the Roaring Fork. So I am anxious and thrilled to see where this is going to go, and hopefully we'll all endure the next 20 years, hopefully sooner, to getting this project actually to finality. So thank you all. And I do appreciate our friends in the Front Range, our attorneys and engineers who have been instrumental in assisting us in, and will continue to be, with our efforts to preserve water and with the quality and quantity. So thank you. And I want to thank the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board staff and board members for supporting this along with us.
Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, ditto to everything Patty said. I'd like to put a motion forward if we're ready for that.
Please.
That we approve the resolution supporting the Shoshone Permanency Project and make a final financial contribution of $1 million from the Healthy Rivers Fund to the project from the Pitkin County Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. I'm being redundant today.
With amendments as discussed by our
And the
county
one
attorney.
correction of the
Amendments
A.
as discussed.
Thank you,
Thank
good
you.
eye.
I have a motion from Greg and a second from Francie. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much. We
Yeah.
greatly
Now the work
appreciate it.
begins.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks,
All
guys.
right, and thank you to our
Thank
team
you,
who
guys.
joined us online as well. Thank you. We'll see you guys later, right? Okay. And thanks, Patty, for the acknowledgement of John Ely. What did he used to say? There's no more important stack of bricks. All right, we are moving on to first readings, individual consideration items, which will be set for public hearings on May 14th. And this is an ordinance approving a lease agreement with the Other Door LLC doing business as Subway and authorizing the chair to execute the lease agreement for space located at River Park Center, 123 Emma Road in Basalt. And we have Jody Grady. Hi.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Jody Grady. I'm the asset manager. And in 2016, Pitkin County purchased the River Park Center building, which is located at 123 Emma Road in Basalt. At that purchase, we had 4 commercial tenants. Currently, we have 2 left, which is Subway and Stubby's. So today, we're coming to you for a release of the Subway. Historically, we have been leasing with Subway International, and that's changed, and now it's with the Other Door, but the Other Door has always owned that franchise. So we're just doing it a little bit differently this time. So the lease is with the Other Door, and they're doing business as Subway. And their lease expires at the end of this month, or at the end of May. So yeah, we're just here to talk about the leasing of that space, which is 1,235 square feet. No changes. They did a remodel of that place in the last year, and it looks great. They've been great tenants. The Pickens County Home Rule Charter requires the approval of by ordinance for leases of public property in the excess of 1 year. We're requesting a 10-year lease with Subway. That's what they had last time, and so that is it. I wanted to just ask if there were any questions about the lease, and if you had any issues with the 10-year.
Okay. Questions from board members? Patty?
This is a first reading, second reading on the 14th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Jeffrey?
Any chance of bringing them back up into current market rates, given it's a 10-year lease?
So we can do that. We did an analysis a while back, and the current rates are 36 to 47. It is right now 31.40, and then they get a 3% increase each year. But we can certainly adapt that if you all give us that direction to set a different rate. I didn't want to give them a huge change, but they're busy.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
I miss Hope Palace, so that's what I really have to say.
We don't.
Just kidding. Oh, sorry. That was humor. That was...
We weren't sure. We weren't sure yet. Yes, Greg.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate Jeffrey's point. I think it would make sense to charge market rate. I appreciate a good tenant, though, and if we think about rewarding them in some way, lower end of market rate sounds pretty good to me, but it still have to come up to that. I did want to look at. I was looking at John when you mentioned the 10-year lease. I know occasionally it's been a while since we've spoken about what the county may want to do with that building and those spaces, and I don't know if that space has ever come into question, but is a 10-year lease locking us into something we will regret if we make a change, staffing down there or something?
The footprint of that space hasn't been one that we've contemplated for another use. The larger footprint was one we thought might have more public use the last time we discussed a lease. Certainly, if the board desires a shorter term to leave it open, that's a reasonable conversation. But the particular footprint of that lease space has not been one that we've looked at for other uses.
Got it. Could have you? I don't know who would I ask about just an economic analysis of, I understand why the rate's what it is, but has there been any discussion at staff level about what an appropriate increase might be, or if that's a good idea?
I can tell you that it's been difficult to do a rate comparison in the valley here because there isn't that type of restaurant in the Roaring Fork Valley. I know that the Subway in Glenwood closed.
There's one in Carbondale.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't know, but we could certainly look at that and include a recommendation in second reading to bring that into compliance.
I think, and it depends on board direction. I think one of the things that we've been trying to pay attention to since we went through the exercise with the board on the Stubby's lease was ensuring that we weren't going too high or matching some of the more gentrified leases that may be happening, so that we have places that workforce and such could still go. And so that is also part of the incremental approach versus going headlong into a market-based approach. But it's really a philosophy of the board. If you want us to do a market-based lease in these cases, we can do that. We are seeing, that was a conversation that came up with the Stubbies lease for the board. I feel like Subway is falling into that similar category, just at least when I stand in line for lunch there.
Can I ask another
Greg, go
follow-up?
ahead, yes.
Just to follow up, I don't know how Subway sets their prices, if it's a local, if they can locally, or if it's mandated from above. With Stubbies, it really was a local proprietor who was saying that he's going to offer dollar hot dogs and whatever the deals were, right? And I assume he's continuing to do that. I don't know if there's a connection though with a national franchise, and if the owner could do that or would want to. So I feel like it might need a little more research before we extend but I appreciate your, having a low-cost place to eat, great idea. Does this merit more investigation?
Yeah, I do not know the answer to that question. And Jody, I don't believe you know the answer to that question regarding the relationship with the franchise and the discretion on decision-making. I would say the price points seem to be fairly consistent throughout the state. You still get the $5 footlongs and those sorts of things, which would indicate to me that there's some national pricing involved here, but we'd have to look into that.
Okay, I'll defer to, I'd love to hear what everyone else thinks.
Do we have to look into that?
Well, I think we should,
I
yeah.
mean,
Let's
as a
take the
business
pulse
owner.
on this. You've raised important, interesting questions. However, I'm not sure.
I was
we'll
thinking
see
about
if there's
Francie
full
as a business
staff
owner.
direction here. Francie, did you have a comment?
well, I just feel like Subway's.
Red light on.
Subway is a very dependable franchise. And if for some reason they found that there weren't enough customers in Basalt or something and they had to leave, well, then we can renegotiate the contract at that time. So I don't have a problem with a 10-year contract, and I'm not sure we want to belabor how they price their food.
Yeah, we're giving them a huge discount on their rent.
It's $3 a square foot, isn't it?
That's $5
Sorry.
a square foot. Well, that seems like a huge discount.
That's
What
less than
percentage is
five.
that?
Well, that's like $6,000 or something.
15%?
Looks like Ray wants to jump in
I-
and provide some
Sorry,
clarity,
thank you.
please.
I don't know if I'm going to provide any clarity, but I will. I'll maybe provide some helpful things to consider for the board. When you're evaluating a commercial lease like this, you're often trying to balance the benefit and certainty of having a long-term tenant who consistently pays and does not default under the rent, with trying to predict what a future rental market may look like some number of years into the future. A typical term for a commercial lease is anywhere from 3 to 10 years, often 3 to 5 years, with options to renew the lease, whereupon the rate of the lease can potentially be renegotiated. That serves two competing purposes. One is it gives the tenant the certainty that any investment they make into the property or the business has ongoing viability beyond something like 1 or 3 years, which is often too short to plan a business, to build a business plan around. But it does provide an opportunity if you were to build an option into this period. For example, have an initial term of 5 years at the rate that's being proposed by staff, and then a reevaluation 5 years in at the time that the tenant may have the opportunity to exercise an option to reevaluate the rate for the space. So that's one way that is typically utilized by commercial landlords and tenants to provide enough certainty to the business owner to invest in a good outcome, as well as to provide the landlord with assurance, I suppose, that they're not ultimately going to be locked in at a low or a below market rate for a decade. So that's
you could potentially structure the lease so that they still have the opportunity to be in the space for a total of 10 years by giving them an initial term of 5 years with a maybe 2-3-year options or something like that to give them some additional certainty, but also give you the opportunity to reevaluate the rate at that time. So that's just a suggestion that you could consider if you would like.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
We like options. Thank you. All right. Greg has posed some questions. Rye has given some options. Yes.
Well, I'm not sure we're gonna see the price of food going down in the future, so that Subway's gonna be making great amounts of money off of the locals that they service. I would rather leave it as is and move it forward today, and let them go on and provide something that I think is valuable to the working class that travels through there. If you stop in there at lunch or at breakfast, the place is busy, and it's providing something that we support. I believe this board supports, and I think we should just move it forward as is.
Thanks, Patty. Francie?
Yeah, it's 1,300 square feet, did you say, Jody?
Just under.
Yeah, so that's like $6,500 a month. That's pretty steep for a fast food restaurant. The margin of profit in a fast food restaurant is pretty small, so I don't think it's abnormally low rent for what it is. It's considerably more than we pay at our space in Carbondale.
Could I ask a hypothetical?
3,200 a month.
Sure.
If that was located next to a business in Carbondale, for instance, and was getting a break on rent, would the business next door feel like that was unfair if it was being subsidized by a public entity?
Well, I don't see it as being subsidized. That's what I'm saying.
If we're charging well below market rate, that's all. I'm just trying to.
Is it
I'm just trying
$5 a square foot that we're charging?
less than market rate is what I think I heard.
$4.60 less than market.
Well, over 10 years, that adds up. How does it help competition?
What do you see moving in there that would be paying more rent?
I
That
don't
would be
know.
a service to the
It'd be
community?
interesting to know if anyone else in the community is trying to compete and having trouble because they're at a disadvantage.
So, is the vegetarian allowed to make a motion?
Hold on, I think we haven't quite finished discussion yet.
I don't know, I had a vegetarian lunch, does that count?
Okay. Jeffrey, did you have other discussion?
I think given this discussion and given the further input by the county manager and the county attorney, that whether we sit here and negotiate between $32 a square foot or 36 would probably not be a good use of our time, and that given the 10-year commitment by the franchise, I don't need one of these things, what do you call them? Franchisee?
Yeah.
Franchisee? And their past track record, given where the economy is, let's lock in a 10-year lease and say thank you for the gift horse.
Okay. So I hear Jeffrey and Patty agreeing with the terms that have been laid out by the contract and resolution in front of us without amendment.
And me.
And Francie as well. And me. Greg, I appreciate your concerns. I think the market is whacked, and this is an opportunity to
Unwhack it?
And it could-
collaborate the market a little bit for people who could use that
I-
re-collaboration.
I just want to say that
Go ahead.
I'll happily support this also, but I think those are the kind of questions that we should be asking before we just,
I think they're important, I agree.
right. And as the market is whacked, we don't know what the market will be doing 6 months from now. So if we can get them into a 10-year lease at that rate, we might be the best thing we can do. I can understand that. So I will happily go along with this.
Okay, is there someone that would like to make a motion for first reading and set it for public hearing on May 14th?
So moved.
Thank you, Francie.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, Jody.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jody. Nice glasses.
Yeah, they are cool. Okay, item number 4, also a first reading and set for public hearing on May 14th. Resolution of the BoCC approving a grant agreement with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition to fund the Good Deeds Housing Program. And we have Ashley Pearl, Housing and Resiliency Director, and April Long, Director of the Coalition. We did discuss this at length at our work session a few weeks ago. so in the spirit of expeditious business here, I'll ask for the important details that are relevant to the public and us for making a decision today.
Great.
We can do that.
Okay.
Thank you for having us. I'll give just a short overview from the staff perspective. So the board did hear about this 2 weeks ago at a work session. You asked a number of questions. April has the answers to those today if you'd like to hear them. And this is exciting because we have a new property tax here in Pickens County that we can use to support affordable housing, workforce housing, addressing homelessness and senior housing. And we set aside money in the 2025 budget. We allocated money already. And in the property tax language that the voters approved, we named buy downs or the purchase of new deed restrictions as an allowable use of the property tax. So while we wait for some other uses of the property tax to sift out and for partnership conversations to come to fruition, it's exciting to be able to bring you an opportunity to put the property tax to work in 2025. And this is a directly named use of that in the ballot language. So it makes sense to bring it forward and have the board consider it. And so this would be a resolution. If approved, it gives the chair permission to sign a grant agreement with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition for a $1 million grant to the coalition to be used solely on the Good Deeds housing program, which is used to help people purchase a free market home in exchange for a permanent deed restriction on that home. It's a development neutral strategy, which is something we like in this age of lots of development. And it uses existing homes that are already in place with all the water rights and development rights and all that good stuff and puts families and working locals into those homes. So I think that's all from the staff side. This would come back for second reading in May, I believe on the 14th.
April.
Great. Thank you. I'm April Long. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Coalition. And Ashley did a wonderful job of summarizing all that I am going to say, but let me frame it in the questions that I would ask if I was making $1 million investment and in honoring your constituency's commitments. So I would ask these questions. What's the problem that we're trying to address, and will this solution address the problem without creating new problems? What's the impact and result that we would expect to see? Does it align with our values? Is it a smart investment, both when looking at short-term and long-term benefits and returns? Did we budget for it, and do we have the funds to do this? So I'll quickly answer those questions just in reviewing information that you've all heard before. But we all know that affordable housing is one of the biggest issues facing all of our communities and has been for years. There's been a lot of work done to address it through APSHA. However, we still have a situation where those who make more than the income restrictions that APSHA addresses cannot go into the free market. There's too much of a gap between what they're earning and what's available on the free market, and we call that the missing middle. So there isn't a program that's addressing home ownership beyond low-income earners. Outside investment is coming into our area. Most of our free market homes now are being bought by those who don't earn incomes locally, which typically means that they're outside investors, and they're leaving those homes somewhat unoccupied, certainly not occupied by those that are working to benefit and improve the community. We also know that home ownership is not achievable here if you can't buy into the free market. There aren't great options, other options for buying home ownership, and that home ownership is something that is sought by many people in America. It's the American dream. It also provides them with less stress because it's a secure and stable housing option. And so in order to keep the community thriving here, we want to be able to offer home ownership to them. And because people aren't earning incomes that support their housing needs or that supports the housing that's available to them, they're very cost burdened. They're spending much more of their income in order to be in housing. And when they spend more of their income in housing than they should be, they're making sacrifices in other parts of their life, and they're certainly sacrificing what they can and could spend in the community. So will the Good Deeds program and Pickens County's investment help to address this problem? We believe certainly it will. As a reminder, you must be locally employed and maintain local employment to participate in the program. We do bridge the gap of what these local income earners can earn and what the free market home prices are. We allow people to get into home ownership. This is a permanently affordable solution. So in that price capped deed restriction, it stays in perpetuity. And I know that Pickens County, even reading in the paper today, is trying to address the feelings about growth and tension that is happening in your community. And so, again, reiterating what Ashley was saying, this is a development neutral approach. There's no new construction, no extra resources needed. And I mean that both environmentally and with labor. I know that there's a lot of concerns in Pickens County about the number of trips to one single house. We've seen evidence of this program working to pull something off of the short-term rental market and put it into permanent home ownership, which reduces that stress and that tension that I know you're feeling in Pickens County. It reduces the opportunity for an outside investor, a short-term rental to be in this home. In a lot of cases, it's reducing commuting traffic. People are trying to choose home ownership close to where they work. So we've seen lots of reduction in commuting and traffic. And it increases people's financial health and wealth in the community. So again, back to that cost burden idea. If people are spending what is appropriate on their homes and on their housing costs, then they're able to invest more in the community. And they're also able to, save for college and pay for tutors and things like that. And so it's increasing their financial health as well. What do we expect the impact and result to be? So as a reminder, we started this program with $2 million and most recently have spent $2.25 million in the last 7 months. We were able to secure 9 homes into permanent affordability and house 13 working locals. With $1 million more, we estimate that could bring in 3 to 5 more homes with 4 to 8 working locals. And I imagine the immediacy of that, I have people calling me every day asking if the funding is available. It would be my guess that this funding would be spent by the middle of July. So I think it would have immediate impact.
Bedrooms. Oh, you had.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I said it out loud. I was going to ask about bedrooms, and I see it there. Thank you.
Yep. So again, helping those that in no way could afford a home in this region get into home ownership is a really big win for everyone. Oh, sorry, Greg.
Got it.
Did you get it? Okay. Does it align with our values? So I looked at Pickens County's values and I pulled out the 3 that I think provide the most alignment. You are committed to a stewardship of the environment, community, the assets of the community, and the organization for current and future generations. As you can tell, with permanent home ownership as an option for our community members, we certainly, and the development neutral approach that I've been discussing, believe that we hit this value very well. Quality services that are accessible and innovative. This is a brand new program. It's not redundant with anything that any other organization is doing in this community. So we're offering a new option. And then it's an excellent example of how you're collaborating with other organizations, certainly an example of how you're investing beyond Pickens County and in this region. And so I think that is something that you would be proud of. Is it a smart investment? So by our estimates, it's about $1 million to build a 2-bedroom unit, affordable housing unit in Pickens County right now. This would be about $250,000, $450,000 to buy something off of the existing housing stock. So you can see that comparison there. And then the short-term and long-term returns. So it's a permanently price-capped deed restriction that increases by 3% annual appreciation, and that's simple interest. So a $1 million home today, that if we purchased it today, would only sell for $1.3 million in 10 years, and it would have to go to someone who's employed locally. If we look at that in terms of the free market, kind of the best research that I can tell is that since 2020, the average annual increase in free market homes in Pickens County has been somewhere between 10 and 20%. A $1 million home purchased today could be sold in 10 years for $2.5 to $6.2 million at that rate. And then the qualitative benefits are really kind of cool part of this. So we certainly know that it's offering the option to retain our employees in this community, employees that we've already invested in. That's really costly for businesses to replace and to retrain. The other piece that I added, and this is beyond just a person's qualitative benefits, but the community's benefit is the community investment. I ran into one of our buyers in the grocery store the other day, and she was saying that because she's now in home ownership, which relieves a lot of her stress, her home is located next to her work and next to her son's school. She's been able to participate as she's been serving on the local Planning and Zoning Commission, and she feels really obligated to return this generous offer that's been given to her and ensure that that is something that she's paying forward. And so that's where she chose to spend her time. But that's, beyond the financial help that you provide for people in this program, the time and the reduction of stress and the increase in their health and their emotional well-being allows them to reinvest in this community in a way that they haven't been able to before. So I just wanted to add that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to direct this one to Jeffrey. Yesterday we had a conversation about housing, how the appreciation of the housing has taken some houses, affordable housing, out of the categories they're originally in, and that's become a dilemma as the houses get, if it's in a mature affordable housing market. I could imagine something like that, and the part of the issue is we have a 3% fixed increase annually regardless of what happens. In 2008, home prices and values dropped by 50% in parts of the valley, and so the free market tanked, and they started crawling up again at higher rates than 3%. But my point is there a smarter way to set the appreciation based on some sort of free market? I'm not asking you this. I'm just asking if we should all be thinking this as we are promoting more things like this. Should they appreciate it at a trajectory that's going like this while the market's going like this? I don't know if it's worth the effort, but it's just wanted to bring it up, and I just posed it to Jeffrey because he seems to be a numbers guy.
I would say it's actually more apt for Kelly or April.
Oh.
I don't want to deflect, but thank you.
I'll just
Happy
point
to
out
jump
the
in.
problems that you raise the ABSHA program currently allows for a 3% max or CPI.
Or CPI. That's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah. So sometimes the
If it
CPI
does
is
tank.
lower.
Sometimes it is. Okay.
That comes into effect too. Anyway.
Maybe that's enough.
I would add that, like in that $1 million purchase right there, that would be the home, the buyer, the working local's buying price. So that home is really worth almost 1.5 million. Like that's what it's being sold for. We help buy it down to $1 million. That buyer can then in 10 years sell it for 1.3 million. The value of that home has increased from the 1.5 million right up. And so the market would have to tank at least by 30% before it would get to the investment that we've made in it.
Got it.
Right, and so it would have to be worse than 2008 essentially for it to be out of line with the market, I would say. And then a second answer to that question is Eagle County, who we've modeled this program after, has just rewritten and updated some of its regulations. And I noticed that they modified their language to be, they were the ones that provided the advice that we just do a 3% simple annual appreciation instead of following CPI. And they modified their language to do 3% or the average annual income increase of Eagle County, and to pick whichever was
Percentage for that.
greater.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's just a modification that could
Thank
be
you
made in
for
the future.
elaborating on that.
Yeah, no problem.
I have a question while we're on this slide.
Yes,
if
Francie,
that's okay.
please.
So how do you determine how much subsidy somebody's going to get? Let's say you were saying $1 million home, they got $475,000. What's your algorithm for that?
We don't have one. It's 30% of the purchase price of the home,
Okay.
Up to a certain.
up to a maximum purchase price. So we'll go in the upper valley in this area up to 1.5 million.
For
So-
the price on the house.
The price of the sell
Okay.
of the house, right?
Okay. So isn't this really similar to what we do with our employee housing program?
Probably.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you said there's nothing else like this, and I think it's a lot like what we do. Just saying.
Yeah, so this is similar to the program that Picken County offers to Picken County employees working for our organization, where if an employee finds a free market home and they'd like to purchase it, we will give them, we call it an equity share program. We give them money towards the price of the home. And then there's a deed restriction on the home, and the county reserves the first right of refusal for that to sell. It's a great program. We have a lot of employees who take advantage of it. The challenge is that when you leave employment with the county, the house comes back to the county.
Yeah.
And so I think this is the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition's Good Deeds program is a great extension of what us and other organizations might be doing, because it really allows for that flexibility, the resiliency of the workforce to move within the valley and not be tied to an employer.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's great because we can offer now to our employees our own program and also encourage them to go to April's program depending on kind of what they're looking for.
Great, thanks, Ashley.
Yeah.
And Ashley, is yours a shared equity program whereby the employee has to return the money when they sell the house?
No, I don't know why John calls it a shared equity program.
Because that is what a shared equity program is. So when ours is, we take ownership in proportion to the amount of money that goes in, and then there's an agreed upon appreciation on the portion that the employee puts in.
Okay, so a little different.
We also allow employees to buy all the equity depending on their tenure of employment.
They can buy it out. Right. So the differences are simply that it's not a contribution to the employee. It is for the purchase of the deed restriction, and then that's it. It's a done deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, last slide.
Yes.
Did we budget for it, and do we have the funds to do this? As Ashley already mentioned, yes, you have a new property tax, specifically states that buy downs or deed restrictions are an allowable use of the funds, and the money has been allocated in the 2025 budget in your partnerships line item. I'm happy to take any questions and go into detail on anything else if you would like.
Yes, Patty.
Yeah, I had also, when we talked about it and gave staff direction to bring it back to us in this format today, including $1 million in our 2026 budget discussions, an additional $1 million for next year. How do we do that? Just tell you that we'd like to see it included for discussion at that time?
Yeah, so under Tabor, you can only actually appropriate the funds
Right.
1 year at a time, but staff has taken that as direction to include in the
Just want to make sure
2026
that was
budget.
included.
Yeah.
And then on a side note, I want you to know, I ran into, I believe she's the first person to participate in this program. I ran into her at soccer this last weekend. She lives in a great neighborhood over by Sopers Elementary. She is still in tears. She is ecstatic. The neighborhood is awesome. Her house is awesome. Her children love it there. They have new friends, parks all around them. It's wonderful, and literally she's still in tears. So thank you for helping provide such an incredible opportunity for this young family. It's really awesome.
Thank you. It was due to your contributions.
Yeah, it was amazing. So thank you.
Okay. I think Greg maybe
I'll-
had his
I'll
hand in, and
defer
then
to Francie.
Okay, Francie.
So let's say a house comes up and you have 10 people who want to buy it through your program. How do you decide who gets it?
So then we will run a simple lottery. So the seller would decide up to what they're allowed, a maximum purchase price. I'm sure they would pick that maximum sell price, sorry. And then we would advertise that the home is for sale to our qualified buyer list. And those that they would have a deadline to put in an offer, then we would run a simple lottery on those that were willing to pay that price.
But that's not how most people to date have come into the program. People have
Right.
found their own free market home on the market and then qualified through the program. So it's been first come, first serve.
Yeah, that's just on the resale of a home that's already in the program. The way the program works initially is people just
Contact you.
they qualify in the program and then they shop for a home, and the first person to go under contract on a qualifying home, the funds are then allocated to them.
And so the third person may qualify, but you may not have any money left.
Right.
Okay.
And we've lost some opportunities because of that. Right.
Yes.
Greg.
If I could, I think this is amazing. One, you're finding places to house people where the infrastructure, the transit, everything else is in place. You've got a neighborhood, schools, markets, all that. They're moving into neighborhoods, and I think that's a huge bonus. You told me at one point there are 71 homes on the market from Basalt to Aspen, including Snowmass, that could fit into your criteria as of earlier this year. 43 in the Basalt area that could fit into the criteria under the price amounts. So really, you could house an awful lot of people. And you have your slide the reason I took the picture is this was regarding 2.25 million buying 9 homes, housing 13 local families, 28 bedrooms. Have we run the numbers on the cost comparison of doing that versus any other way of acquiring housing? I think it sounds like such a fantastic thing. I'm trying to gin up support for putting more money your way for this, because it seems like you could spend it wisely very quickly and get people housed.
Yes, I would agree with that. You know, the slide that you were interested in showed that the average cost of the home or the average price to the coalition for the homes that we've been partnering on and buying deed restrictions on is about $250,000 a home. And so the best comparison we have is in constructing new affordable housing. And that number is anywhere between $800,000 to $1.2 million in the upper reaches of the valley. And so that's using numbers from like the lumber yard. Those are today's numbers. If you actually began a construction project 7 years from now when you actually constructed it, right? And so that's why we are promoting the program. That's why we believe in it. It's a huge value. It's immediate. There are homes on the free market that are available right now that people would love to purchase. They just need the assistance because the free market is not within reach of local income earners.
My follow-up would be, have you started a matching challenge match? We bring it up every time we give money. It's like, hey, could we make this a challenge match and try to bring other donors in?
We haven't started one yet, but I believe it would be a great opportunity for Pickens County to do that. If there was a commitment from Pickens County of, something $1 for dollar or $100,000 for $100,000 match, something that made sense in the scale of housing purchases, or deed restriction purchases, we could start that.
Great, thank you.
I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity for the information that you've gathered about the availability of homes to be shared publicly?
Yeah, actually.
If I go look, I'm not going to find 71 homes, but
Pickens County assisted us through their real estate agent in compiling that data, and it's really quick, easy data for a real estate agent to pull.
Yeah. I think it'd be great if the coalition maybe just could push that out, even if we can't get those sales closed and all 71 sales closed in coordination. Maybe that's information that locals who could get that price point to work.
I think that's a great idea. Maybe we could do something like a dashboard on our website that shows there's this many homes available in this price range right now, something like that. Great, yeah. Good idea.
Okay. Other questions? Let's keep moving. Yes,
what is
Francie.
that price range?
So we'll go up to a maximum purchase price in the Upper Valley, so including Basalt and Up Valley, of $1.5 million, from Glenwood Springs, including Glenwood Springs, and up to Basalt of $1.2 million, and then from down Valley of Glenwood Springs through Parachute of $800,000. And so the numbers that I pulled was in response to a question that Commissioner Postman had at the last time I presented of just how many homes are we talking about. And so Sally looked at from Basalt and Up Valley, there were as of the beginning of April, there were 71 homes on the market.
For less than $1.5 million?
Yeah.
Really?
The large majority of those were at Basalt Center Circle.
Huh.
So about half of those, I would say, were at Basalt Center Circle. The other half, all over Pickens County and Snowmass.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Is that significantly under the average price of homes in this area. I mean, I think Basalt's now at 2.1 million, so.
It is, yeah.
I was surprised by that number as well, Francie. But just for those who do have access to our internal website, we post monthly. Sally, our realtor, pulls a monthly scan of the market, and we post for our employees anything that's under 1.2 million, and it's available on our internal website to our employees. So we encourage folks to go there if they want to take advantage of our deed restriction program in-house.
Kelly?
Wow.
Patty?
It's because those numbers are skewed, Francie.
What?
Those numbers are skewed because you have a property that sells for 150 million. So it takes that.
I realize that, but
Yeah.
not in Carbondale so much. And the price in Carbondale is over 2 million also, so it's just amazing. I mean, when I go on Zillow or something, I can't find stuff like that. I don't know how Sally finds it. It's amazing.
I just wanted to comment on, I think this is great. It's good to have that database of info. I guess it is public information, but I wouldn't want to spread it far and wide, because what would keep a hedge fund from coming in and snapping up the low-priced houses?
Yeah.
I don't want to help them. So, okay, I'm going to zip it when it comes down to promoting this.
You can strike that from the record.
Yes, thank you.
Or you could just help those who may not be less savvy get access to the info.
Yes, let's do it. Let's put some more money in.
Okay,
Okay, you ready for a motion?
I sure am. For first reading set for public hearing May 14th, please.
Could I make that motion? I would be honored to.
And if you just clarify, we are contributing $1 million.
I was going to say.
Thank you.
I want to propose that we approve the resolution approving a grant agreement with the West Mountain Region Housing Coalition to fund the Good Deeds Program to the tune of $1 million this year, and we want them to come back next year.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Let's double it.
Are you withdrawing your emotion, Greg? I'm starting to get a little
Yes.
frustrated with
Oh.
some of the commentary, so let's try and stay on track.
Excuse
please.
me. Okay, fine. Just expressing my enthusiasm. Thank you.
Okay. Are we okay with the emotion
No, it
as
stands.
presented?
I haven't
Okay.
withdrawn it.
Okay, thank you. And a second by Francie. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, resolution of the BoCC approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BoCC and the Colorado Department of Transportation. Hi, Romani.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm Romani Iacono, Picken County Public Works and Land Management. I am asking for approval, first reading today, to approve the agreement that we have with Colorado's Department of Transportation. We've been spraying for them on State Highway 82 and State Highway 133 for about 30 years. So now we just want to make this, the state is actually presenting a formal agreement now. We've got a 5-year contract, $20,000 per fiscal year for weed mitigation on those two highways.
All right, is there questions for Romani? Patty?
I do have a question. What's happening with the Weed Advisory Board?
The Weed Advisory Board, we are dissolving, and we're working to appoint you guys as a Weed Advisory Board, where I would come in and meet with you most likely once a year, maybe twice a year, preseason, postseason.
And that still complies with state?
That complies with
Okay.
state as long as we turn over to you as acting Weed Advisory Board.
And if we see a sudden surge of interest from the community to be part of a Weed Advisory Board, we can reenact?
I would be
bring it back?
very excited for that. I have yet to see that.
Okay, I'll work on that when I retire.
Yes.
I'll be your Weed
Oh my gosh, that
Advisory
would be
Board.
great. Please do.
Like I did last time. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
Jeffrey?
Romani, what's the confluence between weed management and fire prevention?
I would love to work more with that. I have met with Aspen Fire. I don't have any authority to do that. I've taken a few courses on fire mitigation. Pardon me. I'm not qualified nor certified to do that.
So,
But I would love to move them both together. I've tried that. I've been working on that. It's just a slow process for me. Weed mitigation is about 30% of my job, so to get the training involved is a lot. but it's an end goal someday for me.
You have follow-up, Jeffrey?
Follow-up would be, again, I think it will get to some place in the summer, we'll realize the medians are overgrown, and we'd love to get back to a 4-inch cut height to prevent grass fires. And so, yeah, I'm still looking for
Yeah.
what's the confluence between.
Oh,
sort of
I apologize. I was.
So it was weed related.
I misunderstood
yeah.
completely. So yes, our road and bridge department does mow the right-of-ways, mows them down to that low, and then our contractor goes in and sprays those right-of-ways after they've been mowed. Is that? I just
Jeffrey's
wanna
got
let
his 4-inch ruler, right? So we said 4 or 6.
Thank you.
Kelly.
Yes, Patty.
And last year, we did have an overgrowth, and was it last year?
Yeah.
Looking at you and Brian, where we asked for some, and when they were doing the work in Snowmass Canyon. And so we have a real cooperative relationship with CDOT to manage that. And I think the joke was we promised to buy everybody the 4-inch ruler, so.
Other discussion?
I'll make a
on
motion.
this? All right.
I'm going to make a motion to approve a resolution, Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and the Colorado Department of Transportation. This is first reading, set for second reading, public hearing on May the 14th. We get to see you again.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion?
When does the weed advisory board responsibility start? I want to do my pre-reading.
I'm sorry?
You said we're now
He needs a
responsible
site
for.
visit
Oh,
and
no,
some
we
field training.
we haven't set forth, it hasn't been set up yet.
Right.
It's in the process of being done, but I will definitely be in
It's a
front
soft
of you.
tease, I hope.
I
so.
love it. I love it. Thank you.
And
Okay.
There is no accompanying reading, so I'm sorry.
We do have a great noxious
Noxious
weed
weed
guide.
guide,
Yes, which
We do.
I have and I love. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, our last first reading of the day, resolution approving public usage and related fees of county electric vehicle chargers. This also set for public hearing on May 14th. Hi, Matt. We had a work session discussion on this item just last Tuesday, right?
Yep, we
All
get it in
right.
there quickly.
You are. All right.
I like it.
Well, nice to see ya.
You as well.
Great. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director.
Matt Bergchester, the fleet manager.
And we did talk to the board the last work session last week, and we took that guidance and put together a resolution and got to you quickly, so it would remain fresh in your minds. But at that work session, as we said, we had previously provided electricity charging to the public in our old charging system, which we couldn't manage very well just because of the system that we installed. It was first generation chargers, and we couldn't manage them the way we can now with our partner ChargePoint. So now that we've upgraded all of our chargers at Public Works and at the airport and installed many new ones, it's time for the board to look at possibly providing that charging opportunity to the public again. And if the board decides to allow that, we've included a fee structure that Matt put together based on research and the board's guidance from the last work session. So with that, Matt, kind of go through the nuts and bolts on how it would work at
Yep.
Public Works.
Thank you, Brian. So again, we have invested about $185,000 in the Public Works charger we're looking to make as public facing. That right now is one of 20 charging points, charging plugs, ports, all of which are private right now. So this one would be a DC fast charger capable of charging up to 400 kilowatts when we're all finally built out. It's getting actually commissioned today, so it's great news for us. Over the past 3 years, we've spent a lot of money trying to invest in electric vehicles, kind of following the board's wishes. This is kind of a pilot program, to say the least. We'd like to test it out, allow the public to charge, see kind of how it works, if we're getting heavy usage, light usage, and then potentially adjust as needed. So again, kind of the first go at this and see how we do. So, questions?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Francie.
how many chargers do you have operational for the public right now, and where are they?
0 right now. This would be the first public facing one at Public Works.
And when would it be ready?
It's getting commissioned today. If we can get through the second reading on the 14th, we could probably have it live in 30 to 45 days would be my guess.
And where is it? At Public Works?
At Public Works, correct. In the upper parking lot.
Yeah.
the last 2 stalls.
Where they've been.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So we kind of mirrored Aspen's kilowatt hour fee right now, with some other comparators being Glenwood Springs, Grand Junction, Greeley, around that 48 to 56 cents, depending on the capacity of chargers that they're offering. So Aspen being 62.5 kilowatts, so we blow them out of the water for our charging speed. So, again, it's a premium product that we're going to be proud of, and we'd like to offer to the public to be able to charge their vehicles. So,
Questions for Matt or Brian?
So I would just like to know, as this program rolls out, I'm looking at Romany too, who usually is sitting on that front seat in the building, if there's any impacts to the public coming into Public Works building, either for whatever reason, because we don't want this to be more of an impact to those of you who are already working so hard.
for sure. And I don't think we're going to see that. The first go around, we had these chargers that were public facing. There was no one to manage them. There was no support. ChargePoint is a huge network. So like literally they'll call a ChargePoint support team. They'll diagnose the problem. They'll handle all the fees, all the payments, everything like that, the reimbursement of the charging fees that, we collect. They'll take their 10% off the top of that one. But we should have very, very minimal hands-on.
I'm talking about issues that aren't related to the chargers, like water, restrooms, place for shelter during, because you're right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure that we don't create those kind of impacts outside of the charger issues.
Mm-hmm.
Those were concerns of staff too, so we're going to watch that closely.
Thank you. And if there's an issue, then let us know, please.
Yes,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Francie.
So you're thinking people are waiting for their car to charge, they're going to come into the building and want to use the bathroom, and is that what you're imagining?
Yeah, or get water, or sit in a chair because it's cold outside, and yeah.
And how long does it take to charge? They're level 3?
It's a level 3, yeah. So when it's fully built out, it'll be 400 kilowatts. So most of your cars that you guys are probably driving are maybe 100 at most. So with our big trucks, over 200 kilowatt battery, we're charging about 100 miles in 10 minutes. So it's all based on the capability of the car itself, but it's, it's very, very fast charging.
God, I can't wait.
Me neither.
All right, Jeffrey.
So advertising for the public will be, you'll show up on the ChargePoint app, in other words?
Correct. I don't
most
see any,
likely?
forward push for advertisement. Just put it on the app and let people find it on their own.
Isn't it there already?
It's not there, that's all.
No.
I thought I detected something.
It used to be on a couple different sites. We've tried to have it removed in the last 2 years from Google and ChargePoint, stuff like that. So there might be some other ones that it might show on, but as of now, nothing for the ChargePoint side of things.
Question, just
Yes, go
regarding monitoring it, do you have a camera on it? Or, I know ChargePoint monitors the chargers, but what about just monitoring the queue? What if there's a queue? That'd be kind of interesting.
So we do have cameras at Public Works, and we've made sure that they get the chargers in the cameras so we can monitor them.
Great. You know about the stolen cables in the last year.
Yeah, all the vandalization that happened in Aspen.
Yeah. Well, this is a much better deal than Aspen offers, for sure.
Cameras are weird.
Thanks.
Good. Any other discussion? Jeffrey,
Motion?
go ahead.
Make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving fast charging public usage and related fees of county electric vehicle EV chargers. Thank you. And I expect Windex at the.
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion?
Set for public hearing on May 14th.
14th.
Correct.
All right.
I'll remove the Windex part, but it would be nice.
Are you revising it?
I
All
do
in
have
favor?
a quick comment.
Yes. You have
I just
a
want to make
discussion?
sure that,
Okay.
that people don't think because now they can get these quick chargers, there's going to be more traffic coming in and out of Aspen, because the bus system is always the best. So, way to get in and out of town, because we're looking at issues to reduce traffic numbers, and so the bus is always the best. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
You have another comment?
Okay, holding on. All in favor? Please say aye.
Should
Aye.
discussion
Oh,
on-
you had another comment?
did.
Sorry, Francie.
Yeah, I just sort of support Jeffrey on the Windex thing, because having driven an electric car for the last 16 months, I never go to a gas station. So the windshield thing is an issue, like when you never go to a gas station. So just saying, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
I
no.
wash my windows of my car at home.
Sorry,
Well,
Matt.
my car is a long way from my home. It's not like right outside my door.
Matt and Brian, I mean, seriously, the best charging station on Highway 70 right now is actually Avon or Edwards?
Edwards.
Edwards, yeah.
And it's got 5 Tesla, 5 Everyman, every person.
Electrified
And then in
America.
front of each charger is Windex and a
That's
washer.
right.
And it's
I
like,
know.
oh, this is the
I was
bomb.
gonna say
This is
that,
the
yeah.
bomb of.
Well, we might have to raise those fees to 62
But just for your
cents.
10% premium,
Yeah.
you know, just saying.
See what we can do for you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we have called the vote on this item. Thank you. Let us know when they're operational.
Will do. Thank
Okay,
you guys.
thank you very much. Oh, well, we'll
Thank
see you
you.
on, sorry, we'll see you on May 14th.
Getting it done.
Okay, let's take a 12-minute break to get some water and stretch our legs. I did call the question on that one, but then we had more discussion. Yes, 5-0. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, April 23rd. We are moving on to the portion of our agenda where we have public hearings and second readings on individual consideration items. The first is an ordinance accepting development covenants executed by the Community Development Director from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 in connection with land use development approvals. And we have our Community Development Director, Suzanne Wolf, who has accepted these on the board's behalf, and we will ratify today.
Thanks, Kelly. So, yep, this is second reading and the public hearing for accepting the covenants. Pretty straightforward. The list is attached to that ordinance. There are 26 of them from last year. Majority being caretaker dwelling units, local occupancy covenants for the housing impact fee, and agricultural buildings, plus a smattering of other things. And I don't know that I have much else to say, other than I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Suzanne?
Thank you, Suzanne.
I will note just one TDR, looks like.
Just one TDR.
Interesting. All right, I am not seeing any questions, so I will open up the public hearing on this item. There is no one in the room. Is there anyone online?
There's nobody in the room.
We must have passed all of our exciting items today. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will ask for a motion to approve this ordinance accepting development covenants.
I
So
will make
moved.
a motion.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Francie, seconded by Patty. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
For waiting for us.
You're free.
I got my moment in the sun.
Yeah.
I'll still be around.
Okay.
I'll be here with Franco.
Our
Will we
next
see you later for land
item
use?
is a resolution authorizing the Human Services Director to accept state and local contracts and grants in connection to approved allocations determined through budget and below our procurement threshold. And this sounds very legalese, so I will turn it over to our County Attorney, Ryan Neely, and I see our Human Services Director, Lindsay Maish, has joined as well. Hi, Lindsay.
Thanks, Kelly. Sorry, I got logged out of Civic Clerk, but
Had that problem all week.
yeah. So you heard this proposed resolution on first reading, I believe, at the last meeting, which, wow, it's gone by fast. And all voted unanimously to approve on first reading. There were some changes that Lindsay and I made since that time. One of those changes were in response to some queries from the board, which were helpful thinking this through. One change was that Lindsay and I had originally talked about bringing these contracts and IGAs and grant agreements to the Board of Social Services quarterly. We modified that upon further thinking to bring that annually to the BoCC, sitting as the BoCC to approve these agreements. So very similar to the last action item you just had with Suzanne. The BoCC would be reauthorizing or ratifying or affirming, whatever you want to call it, the signature of the health director on the Human Services Director. That was the other change that I was going to bring up. I previously had it worded in the resolution that the contracts were to be executed by the Health and Human Services Director. I believe the title, as it will carry forward from a departmental and organizational standpoint, is the Human Services Director, but Lindsay can probably weigh in on that as I stumble over which one is correct. I will turn it over to Lindsay to come up, kind of detail again for the board how this helps her operationally and utilizes and prioritizes staff resources. So I'll turn it over to Lindsay for now, unless the board has any other questions before moving on from this portion of the presentation.
I don't see any. We can go to Lindsay.
Hello, Board. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Thank you so much for seeing this second read. Appreciate you all. Yeah, we really, this has kind of been a few years in the making of trying to figure out the right approach. So your questions 2 weeks ago were really helpful for us to think through. We're still gonna bring anything quarterly to the Board of Social Services to keep you updated, but the approval of those are gonna happen annually in a formal resolution 2 reading where we open it for public comment. So I think that's a really nice streamlined approach. For us, it's this time of year that starts to get really busy. This is the end of our fiscal year. So all of our agreements that are aligned with our allocation and mandated services start to pop up either now, between now and June, and then of course at the end of the year as well, those last 3 months of the year. So instead of us coming to you almost every 2 weeks between now and then, we're trying to avoid that and round most of that up in our quarterly meetings by letting you know what's happening, but then also coming back for an annual approval of all of those. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
I have a question.
Yes, Patty.
Is there a possibility that there may be something within that year that we need to address on a more timely manner? So that's because we're gonna miss seeing you as frequent. So I'm hoping that maybe we'll get to see you at some point, because we know how things operate at the state and federal level. Something can come up and they'll say, oh, by the way, we need this approved by tomorrow. So.
Sure.
Okay, so there is a chance that we will have something come through outside of the annual basis of review.
Yeah, we really looked at that in terms of any big changes. So this is to cover all of the things that are already mentioned in our budget letter, our allocations, and if it's to cover any sort of mandated service that we have. But if there's a change to that, like we might anticipate seeing some changes next year to like our nutrition funding or to some of our grant programs that we would be signing off on every year. If we're losing those or anything like that, we would be bringing them before the board. Or on the opposite side of that, if we get like a really big grant for more than $25,000, which fingers crossed we'll be getting some of those, but we'll be coming back. So any of those bigger changes that might occur, especially also if it's a change in terms of how we provide the service to the community as well. If it's not the same status quo that we've seen year after year, then we will be bringing you those changes in regular meetings through resolution.
Great, thank you.
I think the only thing I would add to that is inherent with a delegation of authority like this is a trust in your staff persons to bring things to you that in his or her opinion warrants review by the BoCC. And I know that Suzanne exercises that, and I'm sure Lindsay will as well. If there's something that affects the level of service or the timing of service or things like that, and or something that Lindsay's just not comfortable moving forward with on her own, it's always an opportunity to schedule that to the BoCC for approval or review. So this doesn't rob Lindsay of the opportunity to do that if she feels like it's appropriate. So I think that's important to understand, both on a BoCC and staff relationship level as well as a staff support level.
Other questions? Greg?
Quick one for Ryan, just regarding the Home Rule Charter and the requirements that the BoCC accept all these, but we can delegate. And that's just, I wanted to clarify that.
You may delegate. The Home Rule Charter provides you with the ability to do that.
Great, all right.
We just do a little belt and suspenders approach with these types of agreements. So you delegate your authority and then take a subsequent action to back up that delegation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the list of all of the things being contemplated here. It's very helpful. I'm not seeing further discussion, so let me open the public hearing on this item for anyone who wishes to comment on granting authority to the Human Service Director to accept state and local contracts and grants in connection to approved allocations determined through budget and below our procurement threshold. If you are online, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any public comment. I will close the public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing the Human Services Director to accept state and local contracts and grants in connection to approved allocations determined through budget and below procurement threshold.
Is there a second?
That's for second reading.
I'll second.
This is
Okay,
second
thank you,
reading.
Greg and Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay, public hearing on a resolution accepting a grant award from the Department of Local Affairs for developing an artificial intelligence program and a preliminary technical design plan. I'm guessing John's going to take this and Kara's
Virtual.
stead.
Absolutely, yeah. Kara's down at a conference in Glenwood Springs, and Jeanette's here to support, I think, so, and has done a lot of work on this. But what's in front of you today is a resolution accepting a grant from the Department of Local Affairs in the amount of $15,500, sorry, which is matched by the county. It is to run a pilot program on a closed AI, large language model system called Madison AI that is being trained, really. It's learning our documents, both in terms of our historical documents. Jeanette's done amazing work getting our records in order and getting us positioned for this type of program. And this is a new technology that we think is going to be pretty disruptive in terms of how we do work in the future and how we use information technology tools. And so we want to be on the front end and piloting this. There are going to be other Colorado communities involved in this pilot with DOLA. We are the first. And that's largely because of the work Jeanette's done to have us ready to do it. But really what's in front of you today is accepting the $15,500. We have it in the manager's budget to match, and we will be underway with our pilot.
Okay, questions
Jeanette,
for John?
do you have anything you want to add?
Jeanette, would you like to come up?
No, I think you described it really well. That's the point that we're at, right?
Yeah, come on up, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, John. Yeah, it's kind of an exciting adventure right now. We're in the grant process. We're also in process of the admin team and myself testing AI, and I even sent Rye a little script the other day with some matter that he was working on, and yeah, that's where we're at. We're just in testing it now. We've committed to 5 minutes a day, but it's so exciting. I'm spending half a day pulling up, just kind of teasing it that I want to draft a resolution or I want to draft an ordinance, and the research that it pulls up is amazing. But still, when we get to the point that we turn this over to staff, it's going to be a pick and choose situation, but at least it's there and right in front of their eyes. So I think it's really gonna be an amazing adventure, if you will. So.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this pilot program. This is on a side note. I was recently informed, I know I need more scientific clarification, that AI itself sucks up enormous amounts of energy. Enormous, like beyond what you would even believe. So if we could have somebody just bring us back maybe some more information on that, Michael Port or somebody maybe. Somebody told me it's enough energy to probably power the entire county. And so I would like just some clarification, because that's significant,
Thanks for that
especially in
question.
light. So I would just like to, and I think this is going to be interesting to see what all may be found when you pull something up. So you just never know, I think, from 5 minute to 5 minute what might come up. So it'll be interesting to see the results at the end of the day.
Right now, we're at 14 years. That's how many records that
Yeah,
AI
it's
medicine has right now, is 14 years. But I think it'll be really interesting and really helpful if this pilot program is successful, that we start uploading more records and getting back into the 1800s. And I actually had an attorney reach out to me today, and he was looking for records from 1906. So I think it'd be very helpful. Probably helpful for our attorney's office to have more and more records.
Thanks for taking this on, Jeanette.
John, and then Greg. Looked like you had a response to something.
Oh, I was just going to add on, that 14 years is a good number, because it's also within most staff's memory, so that we can catch, is the AI really processing this information in a way that we think is accurate and such. So before we start adding in records, I do think if we get it to that point where we're confident in it and opening up, to Jeanette's point, the broader records, it's going to be pretty amazing tools. We do historical research or need to look at all kinds of things.
First of all, I just wanted to thank Patty for bringing up the energy. It is an interesting question, and it's pervasive, and whether we use it or not, it's happening, and requires the expansion of the electrical grid dramatically as a result, which is an unfortunate thing, all that processing. But I wanted to also clarify, you described it as a closed AI, and I think we should describe that, because when AI has the ability to creep across the internet, it is where the problems seem to come in.
Yeah, so this tool, and it actually has the capability, if we ask it to go out to the web, but it only does so if we ask it to on a given topic. Otherwise, it is only searching the records and using the records that we've trained it on, and that's the closed portion of it. Also, the algorithms are not broadly available and such. They've been developed with Madison AI and initially Washoe County in Nevada. They've been tested, and they've been tested with a few other local governments. And they're just getting ready to expand. So we're on the front end of this. I hope that is what you're looking for.
So it sounds
Greg.
like we're only going to treat it within a certain box, but it has the ability to reach beyond.
That's a new functionality that's been added, that we can ask it to enhance information that we've asked it to collect by doing a web search and integrating that
Yes, I was
information.
just thinking, I'm sure it would be nice to have firewalls that we know are certain definite firewalls.
Yep, and that will be up to the user, and that's part of us beta testing it, quite frankly, right now, as to whether this is going to be a good tool or not.
Great, thanks.
So one of my broad concerns with AI is like the citation and reference of sources. So how does it treat that in this process?
It cites all of its sources, so when it's pulling from the documents, it actually provides links back directly to all the source documents that it's drawn from.
And are you going to compare those to like what we have stored, not uploaded in the system?
So
like it references a commissioner's resolution from 2012. Are you going to go back and look at that 2012 resolution, not uploaded to the system, to make sure that the references?
We'll be doing spot checking. We're not going to check every one, but we're going to do some spot checking as you would with a audit to just see if it's accurate. In theory, it should not be able to go outside of the specific documents in the official record that Jeanette's compiled.
Sure. we don't want it to go into them either.
Oh, yes, it
Yeah.
doesn't have the ability to rewrite anything. It's, we've taken all the documents out of our records, duplicated, and it's learning on a
right.
separate
That's
system.
why I just was
Right.
suggesting like.
Yeah, they've been
Checking with
uploaded
our
into a
source.
separate repository. AI is not in our repository, in our Laserfish. It's in a different repository that they created from the records I uploaded and sent to them.
Right.
So.
No, I know. You
Yep.
know, it's a little bit of a conspiracy theory, but
Yep.
you know, just making sure
Yeah,
they're not
it's valid.
changing that source. Because if staff comes to rely on a source that was uploaded 5 years ago, you know, it would be helpful to know that that still has retained its
Yep.
integrity over time.
Checks and balances, yes.
Yeah.
Must have taken an incredible amount of time to upload all those documents.
It's taken a lot of Jeanette's
Took
time.
some time.
14 years.
Oh.
Great.
Well, it seems to me we'll have more opportunities to introduce AI into our various systems. And early on, or before we go a lot farther, we probably ought to get some, broad education on what could possibly go wrong, or at least understand it well enough to understand what a phenomenal tool it is, but also how it can creep through your address book and go to all your meetings when you're not there, for instance, or your calendar. And, we've seen this happen,
Had
or
that,
show up in meetings. People, you mentioned bots showing up in some of the meetings. So I think that we should become this is a new level of sophistication that we should have.
Take signatures.
So we do have we're kind of taking a learning approach right now, because this is also new, and so we do have a process in place where internally we're inventorying the different AI tools that are being used. So Madison AI obviously isn't the only one. There are it's like the early days of the internet. Everyone's out there doing kind of their own thing, but we are trying to get a handle on inventorying the AI tools that are being used. IT is trying to do what vetting they can right now, and we're trying to learn so that we can actually identify risks and such going forward. But we have set a process in place where we're at least collecting that information as an organization and setting up a process where we can talk about lessons learned. And then in the future, we would, I think, hope, we'll see, to standardize some of those tools across the organization so we can manage them better.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, I'll open this for the public hearing. This is a resolution accepting a grant award for developing an artificial intelligence program and preliminary technical design plan. Okay, not seeing any public comment. I will close the public hearing. Bring it back for further discussion or a motion, please. Is there a motion to accept this grant from DOLA?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
We're all real excited about this one.
Well, who's going to get called out by AI in history? For the launch of AI in Picken County. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeanette.
All right, thank
Don't go
you.
anywhere.
And Jeanette is staying with us to discuss an ordinance repealing Chapter 3.04 of Title III Revenue and Finance, Budgeting and Purchasing Procedures, and amending Chapter 3.05 of Title III Procurement Code of the Picken County Code. Hi,
Thank
Jeanette.
you, Kelly.
Yes.
This is the second reading and public hearing on housekeeping action, if you will, repealing Chapter 3.04 of Title III of our Picken County Code. In the last few years, Phyllis and I have been working on a big project where we were looking at the county code, the home rule charter, state statute, to see if there's any conflicts or which would result in liability for anybody reading these codes or the home rule charter or whatever. And it was brought to our attention by the budget director that all of the language in Chapter 3.04
it was obsolete or in conflict with state statute. So, yeah, the only thing, the provisions contained in section 3.5, the Financial Advisory Board, which is in this code as well, is described in our Home Rule Charter. So that piece is taken care of. And then the last piece that would be left in Chapter 3 would be our procurement code. So that's what we're recommending, that we repeal this obsolete and information that's in this code.
Thank you. Any questions for Jeanette? All right, I will open the public hearing on this item. If there's any members of the public that wish to weigh in on our changes to Title III. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment and look for a motion from the board.
I will make a motion to approve the ordinance amending Chapter 3.05 of Title III, Procurement Code of the Pickens County Code. And thank you to Jeanette and Phyllis.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. I'll just note this is a very above board example of attaining government efficiency. Any further comment? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
We'll get there, Kelly. We'll be back. We'll be back with
You're setting an
more.
example for the world, truly.
Thank you all.
All right. Item number 11, resolution approving the 2024 budget carryover projects. We have our budget director, Connie Baker. Hi, Connie.
Good afternoon, Board. This resolution, second reading, the resolution contains many different items and projects, and we reviewed some of it 2 weeks ago at first reading. Just want to reiterate that except for one, this resolution does not include any new appropriations. They are all items that were already approved in the 2024 budget. It's just moving incomplete items over to 2025 to be completed. It includes multi-year projects, one-time projects, replacement schedule items, and also dedicated revenues that then are appropriated to spend for the purpose they were given. The one item that is a new project is for Lower River Road, and the Road and Bridge Department, Public Works, came and asked permission of the board earlier in a work session to be able to carry over $831,000 in savings to augment their budget in 2025 for Lower River Road, which was already an approved 2025 project. Of the dollar amounts included in this resolution, the largest one is $5.6 million for the Solid Waste Center. That's for the landfill expansion and new campus development. Some other larger dollar items are the microgrid, $1.4 million, and airfield pavement maintenance, $1.2 million. There are a number of revenues carried forward, and they are all grant related. So that's just a quick overview, but I would ask if the board has any questions in particular on the resolution.
I am not seeing any questions. You did a wonderful job helping us understand this during first reading. I will open the public comment on our carry forward resolution. Okay, I'm not seeing any public comment on this item. Is there discussion or a motion by the board to approve this resolution for 2024 budget carryover projects?
I could make a motion approving resolution for approving the 2024 budget carryover projects.
Thank you, Greg. I'll second.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thanks, Connie. Great
Thank
job,
you.
as always.
Okay, public hearing, item number 12, a resolution supporting the application to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for a Water Supply Reserve Fund grant for Phase 2 of the Pickens County Lincoln Creek Watershed Enhancement Project, and if awarded, accepting the grant from the Colorado Water Conservation Board's Water Supply Reserve Fund. Hi.
Hi.
Lisa Tasker and Lisa McDonald
Hi,
from our
nice
Healthy
to
Rivers
see
and
you.
Streams program.
Yeah, let's talk about 100,000 instead of 1 million. Lisa Tasker here with the Pickens County Healthy Rivers Board program, and Lisa McDonald, and I'm here for the second reading and public hearing for this resolution that Kelly just so nicely articulated. It has to do with our application that we went in front of the Colorado Basin Roundtable to present and ask for $150,000, of which we were awarded $100,000. And we will be going again in front of the Colorado Water Conservation Board in July, as they have the final say as to the funding that goes through the Basin Roundtables. And this is a resolution for the commissioners to support this effort to go for a grant for the Healthy Rivers program. And I would also like to just add that tomorrow, as a part of all this, there's another step that's happening, just a sort of piece of information. There's the water quality sampling group that is associated with the Lincoln Creek Work Group has a big meeting tomorrow, a big 2-hour meeting, which is kind of a next step of this whole effort. It's kind of an aside. Enough interest, I think. It's an important step, so, for the rest of the summer.
Thank you. Patty?
So the reason we didn't get the full 150 was because they wanted to see more work actually being done. The problem with that's not why?
No, they said that they wanted to see us reach out to other
others,
folks
okay.
to see if we could get other entities to put some money into it. And there is as you may recall, we're waiting, we still haven't heard, we're waiting for the Healthy Rivers Fund application, which was assisted, Independence Pass Foundation was assisted in applying for that grant of $20,000 toward the Lincoln Creek Work Group efforts. And we are waiting to hear whether that was awarded or not. And then we also do have a $5,000 that has been promised from Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company. That is still pending as well. And Independence Pass Foundation also has another, I think it's $10,000 that from an anonymous donor. So we do have some other people who are putting in money. I think there's still some other opportunity as well to go to the board, the Southwest Water Conservation District. It's like the Colorado River Water Conservation District, of which Aurora is a part of that. Twin Lakes are a part of that. There's some possibility to kind of reach out there.
For some reason, I thought they were concerned that they wanted to see some work done, but we just don't know what work needs to be done yet. I was going to say, well, how do we do that? So, okay, thanks.
I think they did encourage us to come back for some more, like, on-the-ground projects as well, right? Up there at Lincoln?
Yeah, they said they were actually, it seemed like, of course, more excited as I think a lot of us are to understand what the actual mitigation options could be, and that they were interested in us coming back when we got to that point and asking for more funding at that point.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Lisa? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing for this Water Supply River Reserve Fund grant. I am not seeing any takers, so I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion, please.
I can't imagine why we wouldn't.
Right, yes. And thanks to the roundtable, despite the truncated support. You gonna make a motion?
Sure.
Thanks.
With the chair. I make a resolution supporting the application to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for a Water Supply Reserve Fund grant for Phase 2 of the Pickens County Lincoln Creek Watershed Enhancement Project, and if awarded, accepting the grant from the Colorado Water Conservation Board's Water Supply Reserve Fund And I want to add that I'm really glad these are together, so you don't come back asking us to accept the grant.
I will second. Any further discussion?
Government efficiency.
There we go. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. This is a resolution for another grant, supporting application for the Fishing is Fun grant from the state of Colorado, Colorado Parks and Wildlife for streamside improvements in the Healthy Rivers Whitewater Park, and if awarded, acceptance of that grant.
All right, third time's the charm on accepting these grants today, right?
Yes.
I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and this is the second reading and public hearing of the resolution Kelly just described. There have been no changes since the first read. We, on March 18th, presented our grant application to the CPW's review board. We're hoping to hear back from them this month sometime, and we asked for a $250,000 grant from their Fishing is Fun program for the final build out at the Whitewater Park, all the streamside amenities out there. As you know, during first read discussions, we talked about that we'd put the bid out, came back like almost $1 million more, so we're searching for other funding opportunities to continue construction out there. So,
I love the name of this grant.
Yeah.
Fishing is fun.
Don't you?
I do.
I thought so.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone who wants to comment on the Fishing is Fun grant? Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners supporting the application to the State of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Fishing is Fun grant for streamside improvements at the Healthy Rivers Whitewater Park, and if awarded, acceptance, I should say when awarded, the acceptance of this grant. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes.
I just want to say for myself that the fish may not agree.
Some days they do because you can't catch them. They're having fun out there.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Why
Thank
my
you.
son would say.
All right, let's see, we're moving on to our land use public hearing. And I'm not sure if we have staff who are gonna be joining us in person. I saw Franco online.
I saw
I wonder
Ellen,
why
Ellen
Why
walk
don't
in.
we take 5-minute break to get our
I just got a
crew
text
teed up
message.
here? All right, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, April 23rd. I would like to look to my fellow commissioners and request a amendment to the agenda so that we can do open discussion prior to our land use public hearing in order to facilitate our county manager attending his professional conference in Glenwood Springs, if that is okay.
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Greg. Let me just write that down. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, thank you all. Okay, so I think we have 2 open discussion items and then whatever the board wants to bring up. John.
Yeah, so first item is at the end of open discussion yesterday, the board had requested a letter be drafted in cooperation with Aspen One, noting our shared concerns about different executive orders and impacts on our tourism-based economy. I did distribute a letter. There's been one amendment. I had Dave Tanner's title wrong on it's President and Chief Executive Officer, so I've made that change. Otherwise, the way that the letter was drafted was to try and accommodate 2 things. We had an earlier conversation during the legislative presentation from Levi that the board would like a more general letter that touches on a number of issues that are of board concern. I tried to structure this letter to touch on some of those major themes. It still needs to be massaged into that general letter, but trying to keep some consistency there. Other than that, this letter has been reviewed by Dave Tanner at Aspen One. And he is prepared to sign it and awaiting any changes from the board.
Okay, thank you. Did board members have a chance to read it?
I did.
I'm fine with it.
Any other?
I think it's great.
Okay. Thank you. And I understand Mr. Tanner is going to deliver this to the congressman this week.
And hand deliver it.
Yeah, so Kelly, if I could get an electronic signature from you, I'll paste that in and get that to Dave so he can print it off and sign it for Representative First.
I will email that to
Thank
you
you.
now.
And the second item I am embarrassed about, but I had a mess up during future agendas yesterday when we talked about going for the morning of the 20th. I'll be flying back from Chamberlain's graduation the morning of the 20th, and so wanted to see if the board would be open to either looking at the following day, Wednesday, which is not a regular board meeting day, to do just kind of a special work session. It'll get us out of some time constraints if the board wants to take a deeper dive, or potentially look at the following week on a Thursday, the 29th, because I believe our Tuesday agenda is pretty full that following
You're
Tuesday.
recommending Wednesday, the 21st?
Correct, Wednesday the 21st.
Before our regular meeting?
We don't have a regular meeting.
There shouldn't be a regular meeting that day. Let me just double check.
I have a regular meeting in May, right?
It's skewed. It's
21st.
screwed. It's skewed. It should be the 14th and the 28th.
Oh,
Yeah, mine was screwed up too.
oh, it must have been the first blush of meetings we got.
Well, my perspective on it is, I have to drive to Aspen on a day I don't have to drive to Aspen. That aside, I'm open that day.
You can learn about transportation and traffic if you come up on a Wednesday.
Okay, pretty familiar with that. And what was the alternative?
Well, another day that you'd have to drive to Aspen that you wouldn't otherwise have to, unfortunately, which would be the following Thursday, the
I see.
29th. Yeah.
Okay, well,
I could do either of those
if
days.
that works for you, it's fine with me.
Okay. I apologize. For
Why
the
don't we give
confusion.
you till the 29th, just so you're not flying back and then having to leap into that? I mean, does it
I'll
make a
be
difference?
ready.
Yeah.
We've been working on this.
We
so.
could have it without you also.
Well,
Is this our inner thing?
What this is looking at, this is bringing back our proposals around the project management organization and structure for the airport. As something that you all, that we talked about both during my review, but also that as we're moving forward with the RFQ processes on design and engineering, we need to start understanding how we're organizing and resourcing the project.
What time?
Well, I would be open on time for what works for the board. Yeah, if we wanted to do a 9 to noon kind of thing, and if we get done earlier, that'd be great. And this will free up that exact time again.
3 hours?
I don't think we'll need 3 hours. I was anticipating 2, but it depends how many questions you all have.
Both are good.
9 to 11, 10 to noon.
Either work.
Okay.
9 is fine.
Why don't you say 9 to noon, and then you can leave early, just in case.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. Okay.
So we're doing this on what day?
Wednesday, the 21st, 9 to noon.
Okay, thanks everyone
Thank
for
you
your
all.
flexibility.
I apologize. That was embarrassing.
Is there other open discussion from board members?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead.
So I got a copy of a letter that the Board of Commissioners, County Commissioners from Montrose had sent. And I just wanted to give you guys a gist of it, because my guess it's not going to be the last one from our neighbors.
Is this after they fired everybody?
No, I'll just read you the beginning, a couple of things of it, and you'll get a feel for it. It says, the Montrose County, blah, 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 writes to you today with the utmost urgency and out of a profound commitment to defend the Constitution of the United States. We are witnessing firsthand the rapid decline of constitutional governance within the state of Colorado. Through a relentless wave of unconstitutional state legislation and government overreach, the state of Colorado is stripping its citizens of rights once secured under the Constitution. Critical protections, including those enshrined in the Second Amendment, the rights of property owners, the rights of parents, and the rights of the people to local self-government, are being systematically dismantled. And it goes on from there.
Did Sue Hansen sign that?
She did.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about
It
the
says,
state of Colorado?
accordingly, we respectfully call upon your administration of the United States Supreme Court and the Attorney General Pam Bondi to urgently intervene to review Colorado's legislation that violates constitutional rights, to advocate for and uphold the fundamental liberties of the people of Colorado, to support rural counties and local governments committed to preserving and defending the Constitution.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Are they confused with the federal government violating the U.S. Constitution, or then saying that it's Colorado violating the Colorado Constitution?
I think it's Colorado violating the
Yeah.
U.S. Constitution.
I was being very Jeffrey on that one.
A
Anyway,
little tongue in cheek.
Yeah. I think this is interesting. And what are you suggesting we do something?
no, not that I could see.
Okay. And you got,
I wonder if you'll hear more of that at Club 20.
Yeah, maybe. Except I'm just going to the business meetings, so probably not.
Did anybody else get that letter?
Kathy showed it to me at the River District. Well, she told me about it at the River District and sent
And
it to
then
me.
you received it from?
She was shocked that Sue had signed it.
What, sorry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Rise here on
I just
easily.
received an email that was similar to this, so I was curious.
That's what it was. Well, so, from what Francie has said, there's an accusation leveled without much substance behind it. I'd love to understand what they're
know.
talking about, and I'd rather have, is it necessary to have a legal opinion from somebody who understands the actual
Yeah, it doesn't
issue
have
at hand?
anything specific about it. Like it says, the citizens of Montrose County and rural Colorado deserve better. They deserve constitutional leadership that will stand against this tide of oppression.
Right, well, it'd be nice to have that
I think we
interpreted.
should stay out of it. I mean, Montrose is a mess. They fired their county manager, their county attorney, and their deputy county manager resigned all on the same day.
How recently?
You know, so otherwise my recommendation would be you should have your county attorney sue the state if you think they're asking you to do
don't have
things,
one.
but they don't have one. So
That
it's,
helps.
it's a bit of a mess over there. I don't think we share values or approach. And I would stay out of it.
No, I don't think we should do anything, but I think we should pay attention to what the other western counties are doing.
Well, what if, if more of them sign on, it'd be nice to understand the argument.
That's what I was gonna say. It'd be nice to know who signs on and what justification, what evidence they have, because if there's something going on like that, we haven't heard about it. That's of concern to me.
I think we know what's been going on and we interpret it differently than the people in Montrose. Like the immigration.
Yeah, I mean, they've passed some immigration
Oh, is it after that?
laws and some gun laws at the state legislature this year.
And the right to
that
abortion and
I imagine are quite offensive to
those things.
other parts of the state. All right, other open discussion? Okay, seeing none, thank you everybody
guys for
for
waiting.
allowing us to switch the agenda up. Good, John, have a good time, good luck.
Thanks, John.
All the best to your colleagues down there. Okay. And just, Grinwood is hosting the Colorado County Managers Association, is that right? City and County Managers Association Conference. So,
That's not today, is that today?
Yeah, it starts in half an hour.
And then Mind Springs is something else?
I'm just meeting them at that conference
Okay,
tomorrow.
got it. Good
You're
luck.
gonna have to drive fast, John.
Yeah, well, I brought the electric car. So that's okay.
Sheriffs are out.
You can get it
Oh,
charged. Oh, no, you can't get it charged. at the
I followed
sheriff's.
a sheriff's
Okay.
deputy all the way in this morning. It was great. It kept me out of trouble.
All right, so
Took
thank
longer
you to staff and applicants on the Little Ditch 1 and 2 for your flexibility for us. So we are going to start our land use public hearing to consider a resolution granting Little Ditch 1 LLC and Little Ditch 2 LLC activity envelope and site plan review approval, and a request to approve a 10-year vested real property right for site-specific development plans. I'd like to welcome Franco, who I think this is your first time
Yes,
presenting to
welcome.
us as a planner.
Yeah, thank you for the welcome. This is my first time, not in front of Jeffrey, but in front of him on P&Z. So
Well, good. The P&Z put you through the ringer, I'm sure. Do you need to recuse on this, Jeffrey?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Sorry, Little Ditch did not come to planning and zoning. Franco is in front of planning and zoning for other matters not relevant to today.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah,
Suzanne,
thank you.
anything else you'd like to intro? Okay. All right. Franco, so generally, you probably know how this goes, but since you're before us the first time, we invite you to participate. The application to us and staff's recommendation and review of criteria. The applicant is invited to provide their presentation. Board members will have opportunities to ask questions of both. And then we will open for public hearing, have discussion, and find resolution. That's generally the process. And if you prefer that we hold our questions until either certain points of the presentation or the end of the presentation, just let us know.
Okay, yeah, I'll kick it off. Franco Palumbo, planner for Pickens County. Aside me is Alan Richmond. He's the applicant's representative for Little Ditch 1 LLC and Little Ditch 2 LLC. Get going. To start off, this is the subject parcels that the application is for. Parcel 1 and Parcel 2 of the Compass subdivision exemption, and this is the Fifth Amendment for these parcels. Parcel 1 is approximately 35.1 acres, and Parcel 2 is 137 approximate acres. The zoning for these parcels is resource 20 acre, RS 20. And it is located along Little Ditch Road right behind the Aspen Community School. There you go, next. Okay. There it goes. So the request for these properties is an activity envelope and site plan review. And on parcel 1, the request is for the site plan is an 8,946 square foot single family residence. There's also an agricultural equipment storage building proposed, a swimming pool, irrigation silt collection basins, and associated sites improvements. That include access, grading, utility extensions, an OWTS, and landscaping. And on parcel 2 is a proposed 4,598 and a half square foot single family residence. In addition, a barn, pond, and associated site improvements, access, grading, utilities, OWTS, landscaping. In addition to this request is a 10-year vested real property right for site-specific development plans. And the site-specific development plans is the activity of open site plan in this application. So the process for activity of open site plan review is typically an administrative review. And those are typically reviewed against the land use code of chapter 7. But with this application, it's also tied to a request for a 10-year vested real property right for site-specific development plans, which is conducted by you all, the BoCC. And pursuant to 22170C2, vested rights that are longer than the 3 years has to use a development agreement for this request. Let's just see. And so I just wanted to make a note. The application was originally on the February 12th BoCC agenda, and then it got renoticed to today's date. And we did receive some comments from the adjoining neighbor, Compass, for lifelong learning, and they originally opposed the application as it was presented prior. And so the applicant resubmitted an application with the activity envelope and site plan review, and the neighbor had withdrawn its opposition since then. So that's why on the packet there's round 1 and round 2 for the noticing. So just wanted to clarify that whole area. So now we're talking about the activity envelopes. The activity envelopes were originally approved by BoCC Resolution 099-2012. I don't know if my cursor could show up, but yeah. So these areas that are kind of slashed or cross-checked is the landscape envelopes. And then where these arrows are kind of pointing, it's kind of slow and laggy, but is the activity envelopes. And just above the salvation ditch is again another area of landscape envelope on parcel 1, and similar to what's going on parcel 2, above the salvation ditch is the landscape envelope, and below it is the activity envelope. So again, I wish I could show with my cursor a little bit better, but the dark areas is the proposed residences. And you can kind of see where the pond is and where the irrigation silt basins are as well. Some of these have already been constructed on the property by the 2014 admin decision. And then the applicants had gone through site plan review in 2015, 2018, and 2022, every 3 years to re-up their vesting for this development. Let's just go to the next one. So to get a little closer on parcel 1, the only thing that has changed in the prior approvals is the addition of that agricultural equipment storage building highlighted in green. And then in purple is the single family residence that's still of the same 2015, 2018, 2022 approval. And then highlighted in red, I believe, is the existing compost operation that they have on site. And then in the picture in Exhibit C, this was taken by Pickens County's drone team. We had them fly out there during our site visit. And you kind of see about where in red that compost area is in relation to the proposed development in Exhibit D. So that's why I just wanted to kind of compare and contrast those two. And in prior approvals and since 2014, they had gone through and provided quite a bit of landscaping and tree planting along the edge of the meadow and below where the proposed agricultural equipment storage building is. And that tree planting essentially provides additional screening to the development as proposed. And also the development is proposed at the edge of the meadows and not directly in the center of these meadows. So it provides for better and more closely standard to the scenic review qualities of the property. Again, these properties aren't seen or are not going to be visible from Upper River Road and Woody Creek Road, but it is going to be visible from Highway 82. And that's just from a distance over a mile away. So it's still, you got the large mountains right behind these developments, this proposed development. And then on parcel 2, again, I highlighted something that you could see existing and about where the development is going to be proposed. So that's an I believe that's an irrigation pond that was approved in the 2014 prior approval. And in blue in Exhibit E is another drone photo showing where that pond is existing. And just below the pond is where the applicants are proposing a barn, kind of along that tree line right there. And then above that pond is where the residence is being proposed as well. All utilities are already being run to the property with the prior approvals. So, except for, I believe, cable, TV, and gas. But everything else is still is still run there, and all this proposed development is within the prior activity envelopes.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So when you say above the pond, you mean just like between those sets of tracks or you mean further away from us?
No, it's so you see the pond and then you see the existing road. It's in between the pond and the road on Exhibit E.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe the roads were already repurposed with the prior approval from 2014. So everything that was in that prior approval has already been accomplished and developed on site.
I think the perspective probably, Francie.
Yeah, it looks
like
tiny.
There's hardly any area there,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think it's just a perspective on
Yeah.
the
So
on the
it's
photo.
it's reflected in the picture up above as looking like a lot of space between the pond and the building, but
Yeah, it's just it's a
distorted.
lower down shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And on parcel 2, the only development that's on these properties is that well that you could kind of see in Exhibit E, and that well pump is serving the school currently. And so between the prior approvals and this proposed activity envelope site plan, there was 2 conditions that may have some significant changes, and one being CPW's referral comments said that we should have a time constraint or no construction between December 1st and March 31st. And then the other condition that was changed from the prior approvals in 2022 and so on was we never really looked at the irrigated pasture lands, so we want the applicant to come in at time of building permit to demonstrate that they are preserving at least 85% of the irrigated pasture lands.
Kelly, so the construction timeframe, is that for outside construction? Okay, because it didn't define that. So inside construction, once they get the shell of the house done, they can do that year round. Is that correct?
And that was I received a CPW referral comment.
Generally, that's what we do.
Yeah.
I just didn't see it in the AIS, but thank you.
That's a good question.
Yes, Greg.
Just wondering how far the gas and cable runs. Where does that have to come from?
The conduit.
You can tell me later, but
How far up onto the property?
yeah, just how long a ditch do you have to dig? How long is the
We
trench?
need him on mic.
I don't know about.
Oh,
Can you come
yeah,
up
you gotta
and
come up,
introduce
sorry.
yourself, please?
You have to come up
Come
and,
up here?
yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is JT Weldon, and I'm a property manager for the current owners. And the gas and electric go to the compost area. And that was in place from the previous owners.
Got it, okay.
And I can't answer either to cable. I don't remember ever getting a locate for cable.
Got it, thank you.
Sure.
So on this slide, this is just another prior approval. These parcels are exempt from growth management through the use of TDRs. So in the BoCC resolution 099-2012, the way these parcels were laid out and the way the prior approvals were is that the first TDR had a development right of 5,750 square feet. The second TDR had a development right of an additional 1,750 square feet. And at the discretion of the owners, one of these parcels could have an additional 1,500 square feet, but that 1,500 square feet will have to be subgrade floor area only. So when we look at the proposals in this site plan, on parcel 1, there's 8,946 square feet. So the applicants will have to surrender three TDRs at time of building permit. And on parcel 2, although they are allowed up to 7,500 square feet, they're proposing a 4,598.5 square foot single family residence, and they will have to surrender at least one TDR at time of residential building permit. And this was carried over in all the prior approvals since 2015 as well.
Actually, I would add prior to, because that basically goes back to pre-2006 land use code with those original approvals that
2005.
have carried forward. Yeah.
So this land use code section 220-170C2 talks about the vested rights. And so to get a vested right longer than 3 years, you can utilize a development agreement. And that development agreement requires these two criteria, A and B, seen on the slide. A, the applicant makes commitments to the property, will protect significantly more open space, or will provide significantly more affordable housing than otherwise be required by the land use code. And how the applicants are complying with this is that the applicants are proposing to dedicate a conservation easement, approximately 130 acres, on parcel 1 and parcel 2, which is roughly 75% of the lands, which are valuable preservation of wildlife habitat and scenic backdrop to the rural character of the county, especially Woody Creek. And in criteria B, the proposed development will be completed in phases, and the county and applicant wish to agree on the timing of those phases and related infrastructure requirements. So the applicants have agreed to a prohibition of development, residential development, for a period of 5 years to ensure the pace of development is suitable for the properties. This does not prohibit development of agricultural development, but it will prohibit the residential development proposed within the site plan.
I think Patty first and then Francie. Thank you.
Yeah, for the conservation parcel, is it developable to begin with? Isn't it where the steep slope comes up above Salvation Ditch?
If you let Franco continue through his
Okay, good,
presentation, he
good.
has lots of really awesome graphics for you that
Perfect.
will really show you that area, and then we can
Okay, that's a
respond to
question
that
I have for you to answer when you get to your awesome graphics.
Francie.
My question is about the 5-year delay. I was wondering about that when I was reading the packet. What does it matter whether they start now we're starting 5 years? I don't understand the value of that agreement.
I think the applicant will probably get to that.
We were asked to delay the residential by 5 years by the staff during the course of the staff's review. As you'll hear from my presentation, my clients really are interested in delaying residential development on these properties. They really don't need to build residences at this time.
Okay.
They're focused entirely on the agricultural productivity of these properties and the wildlife values. They like to recreate in the wildlands, and they're using them actively for agriculture now. But they've got these significant development rights that they purchased
I
from
see.
the prior owners.
Mm.
They really don't want to develop, and the staff felt we needed to put our money where our mouth was and say, we really mean it. And saying that we wouldn't develop in the first 5 years, that's really easy for these owners
I see.
because they have no intention. Their ultimate intention, I think, would be to develop more of a family compound here for their 2 kids, but neither of their kids is of adult age yet.
I
So
see.
it's kind of silly to start building houses for people in their, what are they, in their teens or early 20s?
No, they're 21 and 19.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need houses yet at that point in their lives, but at some point they will.
All right.
So
Thank you.
that's the rationale here.
Okay, and so then would they be, if they start in 5 years, would they be subject to new building codes, or would they be exempt from new building codes?
Building codes are going to be a rule of general applicability, so those will be effective whenever they come in for
Okay.
permit. Yes, they will be subject to those.
Okay.
The vesting just would keep them, new land use code provisions from being applied. So anything that might change there.
Okay, and then so phasing beyond that there's just the one residence, right? And the barn, there's 2 residences.
There's 2.
And so the phasing would require them to be done not at the same time?
That was not contemplated. It was just 5 years from.
It says, though, that it'll be completed in phases. And so, it seems to me that it's easier on the entire area if it all happens at once, it gets over with, and so it's not incumbent on them to develop it in phases at this point?
The only thing that we would be developing in the first 5 years would be agricultural support structures.
Right,
So
but I mean after that.
at that point, we'd stop. And as I say, there's really no intention on the part of the owners to do anything in the near term in terms of residential development. So the properties are basically going to stay as they are. The ag equipment building is a pretty small building.
Okay.
That happens in less than a building season.
Doesn't really answer my question, though. So will they be required to, if they decide to start building, I'm assuming they will, otherwise this is sort of a disingenuous extension of vested rights. Will they then be required to phase the 2 buildings or not? That's just not contemplated right now?
No.
Okay.
No, the phase would be an agricultural phase and then a residential
Okay.
phase. I
Thank
think
you.
That's what we're referencing by phasing here.
Okay.
Thanks, Francie. Go ahead.
So getting into the proposed conservation easement, it's the area in this hatched area, essentially above the upper pasture and above the Clavel ditch. And so the area up there, the 130 acres, is mapped as elk production, elk severe winter concentration, elk winter range, mule deer winter range, and in the vicinity of elk severe winter range. And we've received comments from the OST board. Paul Holsinger is, I believe, here if you guys have any questions. And CPW, they both support the conservation easement to preserve the wildlife habitat and provide a permanent buffer between the residential development of Woody Creek and the United States Forest Service lands. And so this is another drone photo looking at the upper pasture. And in the red, I kind of did to the best of I can trace where the proposed conservation easement would be, looking pretty much right above the existing Little Ditch Road up towards the hillside. And in the middle, yeah, those are elk.
Is there opportunity to further subdivide this property, or is that prohibited through the prior development agreements?
So in prior development agreements, there has been a covenant recorded with these properties that prohibits further subdivision.
Question?
Patty.
Why is that one section not included?
That's the neighboring property owner.
Oh, so there's a
Yeah.
little sliver of other
Yeah.
property owners. Interesting. That's
So-
where all the elk are gonna hang out in that neighbor's property.
Stranahan had interesting lot lines that he
Yeah.
created over time.
And we've never seen those in Pickens County.
This is a video that this may be a little bit better of a understanding of where you're looking. And to begin, this is the compost area right here. And that's essentially where parcel 1's development will be around. You can kind of see the trees and the line salvation ditch and the existing access roadway right there. And then it's going to spin around and looking uphill on the upper pasture and then end along. I'll just play this and you'll see. So that's the upper pasture. That's the red cliffs that would be in the proposed conservation easement. And then we get looking down at the neighboring property a little bit, the Woody Creek drainage going up valley, and then the McLean Flats Mesa and the neighboring Compass School. So another image looking at the contiguousness of the proposed conservation easement. In yellow is the existing conservation easements, and in the red outline blue is the proposed on parcel 1 and parcel 2 of this property.
And then the shaded area is forest.
Yeah, and we'll see. Yeah, here again, the
little
shaded
slip.
area is forest. This is provided by Pickens County GIS and Paul Holsinger as well, and the open space and trails. And this is a shot looking up Woody Creek, and you can see a lot of Woody Creek, and along Woody Creek there's a lot of yellow, which is the existing conservation easements. The green again is the United States Forest Service land. The light yellow, kind of over by Little Woody Creek, is the BLM land, and of course in the red in the middle is the proposed conservation easement. So again, providing this buffer between residential development and the Forest Service lands is really illustrated in this image.
Actually, Franco, while you have that, maybe I don't know if you can point to Beljack Blue. We'll also have a piece that will abut this, kind of on that upper.
Yeah, I believe it's this parcel. I know Nicole's here. Is it this one as well?
On the other side of the ridge.
So it's just.
Go up the finger.
Okay.
And then part of the finger right that
Right.
goes up.
Here.
So
Okay.
I have a question as well. And then Patty, would this be eligible for an exchange?
In exchange with who?
The Forest Service.
The property that's the subject of the application?
Yeah.
I mean,
The way it's written, is it is it treated as a separate parcel to then?
We're not giving it to you in fee simple.
right.
That's what you're asking.
I'll have Rye answer. Thank you.
The county's not gonna own the property. So
Just the easement.
we would not be able to include it in an exchange proposal with the United States.
Thank you.
And my question, who's the ownership of that weird little piece that slivers? What, I can't remember who's right up.
it's Owl Farm, Thompson.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's it,
Thompson's
that's what I
property.
thought. I'm trying to figure out where they going up the road. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Let's see if it goes.
Interesting, those little funny fingers and slivers.
So additional notes. The applicants have made significant investment on these parcels for the agricultural operation. And actions have been helped to preserve the rural character of Woody Creek and have limited the development of the development potential of the properties to a level considerably lower than would otherwise be anticipated. And since I believe the original approval in 2005, for nearly 20 years, the parcels have remained vacant and have maintained a productive agricultural and wildlife habitat. And there, like I said, Chair, the previous commitment for no further subdivision on the properties has been done in a covenant. And again, these properties are subject to lower allowed floor area than our recent ordinance 41-2023, allowing 9,250 square feet. And just some referral comments that we received was from CPW, the Open Space and Trails Board, the Woody Creek District Planning Commission, and Environmental Health Department. And we did receive some comments from the Woody Creek District Planning Commission, and they did question the value of the proposed conservation easement in exchange for the vested rights in their referral comments. But as noted in the previous slides, both OST and CPW support the conservation easement to preserve wildlife habitat and to provide that residential development buffer between United States Forest Service lands and residential development. And an amendment to the resolution, again, I received a referral comment last week after the packet was published, and that referral comment was from CPW, and that comment may change condition 7H, and that would be no construction shall occur from December 1st through March 31st. And in italicized is the until the project is dried in, at which point construction can commence as long as all tool operation is done within the residence. And this is due to the wildlife habitat. So staff recommendation is to recommends the BoCC approve the resolution for Little Ditch 1, Little Ditch 2 LLC, granting activity envelope site plan approval, and approving a 10-year vested real property right for site-specific development plans. And I can take any questions or additional questions, or I know the applicant's representative, Alan Richmond, has a presentation prepared for you as well.
Okay, any questions for Franco?
No, thank you.
I may have some, but
Good job.
I'll wait. Hey, Alan, go ahead.
Maybe I'll be able to answer some lingering
Yeah.
questions.
That sounds good.
Do I need to hit anything here to be?
Needs to be
A red light needs to be on. Do you have any PowerPoint or anything?
I do. It's nowhere near as elaborate as Franco's.
Okay.
We like those old school.
Old guys just learning how to use PowerPoint.
And does Franco have it? Is he going to pull it up for you?
Franco
or-
has it.
Okay,
There it
great.
is.
There you go.
Good job.
We're proud of you, Alan.
I think
I was embarrassed that I
Watch your
couldn't
phone going
do
backwards
this.
and my-
And so this is my second one. I did one to city council.
You practiced on city council.
I'm trying. So
Well, welcome.
for the record, I'm Alan Richmond. I'm representing Little Ditch 1 and Little Ditch 2 LLC, which is the owners of the two subject parcels. I think you know Patrick Scanlon and his wife, Mary Buxbaum. They're the managers, the owners of those LLCs. You've met J.T. Weldon. He is the property manager, and he's here on their behalf today. We've got two people on the Zoom feed, I hope. We've got Jocelyn Wood, the attorney for the owners, who I see on the screen there, and Brad Elliott is the project architect who designed the agricultural equipment building and has been involved in looking at the barn and things like that. So let me start by saying we very much appreciate the staff's thorough review of this application and their recommendation of approval. We've reviewed the resolution of approval that they're recommending to you, and we're 100% fine with it. We have zero questions about it. We have zero issues to bring up. The language is just entirely acceptable. So that's where we stand in terms of the application. I'm going to just kind of give you a lot of background where I see something that Franco has already introduced, like my first slide's going to be do I hit this?
Yeah.
Yeah, my first slide is the vicinity map. We're not going to talk about that because you already know about the vicinity map. So Franco asked me to kind of walk you through a little bit of the history of this so that we're all clear how we got here. So the original Compass subdivision was approved by the Board of County Commissioners in 2005, 20 years ago. The subdivision was actually initiated by Compass, which earlier that year had received approval of a public zone district master plan for the Aspen Community School. And the subdivision was basically seen as a way to create an endowment so that significant road, sewer, and other improvements that needed to be made to continue to operate the school, so there could be a financial endowment for them to be able to do that. The two residential lots were created at that time. They were basically created through a 35-plus acre subdivision provision, but they came in through the county to get board approval of that subdivision. And as Franco talked about, right at the beginning, there were residential entitlements granted to the two lots in the subdivision. Those residential entitlements were to be achieved using TDRs, so the sites were designated as TDR receiving areas for 7,500 square foot houses on each lot. It was later that one of them was increased to 9,000. And as Franco has mentioned, the 7,500 was 5,750 with the first TDR, so that's what the code allowed at the time. And the second one was limited to 1,750, much less than what the code would have allowed. In 2008, those approvals were amended, and the board granted 5 years of vested rights to the parcels. That was the first development agreement that was entered into between the county and the then applicants for those 5 years of vested rights. In 2012, they came back again. All of this was Compass coming to the board. This was when they still owned the land. There were further amendments to the approvals. Rezonings happened at the time, and the board granted another 3 years, and there was an amended development agreement entered into at the time. That was the time when the second lot was approved to be up to 9,000 square feet, and as Franco has mentioned, the additional 1,500 square feet limited to subgrade only and requires a third TDR. After those set of approvals, so after 2012, that's when private ownership of the property happens. The lots were sold to the private owner. That creates the financial endowment that allowed Compass to install the infrastructure. So in sum, up to 2012, the BoCC saw this application on 3 separate occasions, and each time granted vested rights for a total of 11 years of vested rights. It took it from 2005 to 2016 was when the vested rights were granted by the Board of County Commissioners. And 2 of those times, there were development agreements entered into between the board and the property owner for the vested rights, just as we would need to do a 3rd time here should you support this application. In 2014, as Franco mentioned, the lot owners started processing site plan approvals to begin development of the lots. The first site plan that they submitted was for ponds, landscaping, driveway, utilities, and utilities. And those improvements have all been installed. That has happened on the property. You saw evidence of that, I think, in some of the drone photos that were presented to you. In 2015, let me just start going forward, if it will. Is it going to wake up? Yeah, you got it. So you've seen these in 2015. There were site plans submitted for houses on each parcel and a barn on parcel 2. So the site plan for parcel 1, this is the one that is recorded as of today. proposed a house that contains about 9,000 square feet of floor area, slightly less, so in compliance with the allotments that are granted for that property. The site plan for parcel 2, which you have also seen, has a house of about 4,600 square feet and a barn in the very southern portion there, closest to Compass, of about 3,000 square feet. Those were approved administratively. 3 years of vested rights were granted. In 2018, they came back because their vested rights were about to expire. They just resubmitted the drawings, and they got 3 more years. That happened a third time in 2021. This is the way applicants do things when they're not ready to build projects. They come back for administrative approvals, and they get 3 years of vested rights. And that took the vested rights to March of 2025. So that gets us kind of up to last month. In 2022, so during that vested rights period, the current lot owners purchased the Little Ditch property from the prior owners. So that's in July of 22, and that's Mary and Pat. You probably know they live in a residence on Little Woody Creek Road, and they also own a number of other parcels, either along Woody Creek or along Little Woody Creek or in the area between those two. Really, their primary motivation in buying these parcels, they're certainly not speculative land developers. So they didn't buy them to build houses and sell them. That's not who they are. The primary motivation was basically to maintain the open, undeveloped character of this area, which essentially is in their backyard on their Little Woody Creek property. So as you go up the ridge from Little Woody Creek over onto this mesa, they wanted to keep that open, and that's why they bought it. They also saw this as an opportunity to engage in agricultural activities in the irrigated meadows, because you probably know they run the Woody Creek Distillery. They grow grains, they grow hay. They've been active in agricultural activities for many years, and this was an opportunity to enhance those operations. So that's a view of the property from Pitkin Iron. So it gives you a sense, looking back from Highway 82, at what we're talking about here, and you see the ag lands in the foreground and the sagebrush lands in the background. A little closer, a little more up close view, same thing. You get a sense of the agricultural meadows, just how important they are in terms of our backdrop from Highway 82. So this was an opportunity, really, as I say, to enhance their agricultural operations. Since acquiring the property, the applicants took meadows that had been irrigated using flood irrigation, and they purchased spray guns. They spent about $400,000 improving the irrigation system, and they've got a much more efficient and productive set of agricultural properties. And they have received now an agricultural designation on the property from the county assessor's office. So in the course of the last 3 years since they own the property, they've really kicked around a lot of ideas about what should they do about this development that's approved for the property. And every time I talk to them, the focus is on what do we need to do to support the agricultural operation that we have here. So really the first thing that they talked about was building the barn on Lot 2, and we had the architect look at that, and we were kicking that around, and then it was, gee, maybe we could put a caretaker unit in the barn for our ranch manager, or maybe we could build the residence on parcel 2 for the ranch manager to have housing there. Because again, they don't need to build a house for their own purposes right now. Then they started to talk internally about what I mentioned to you, which was that eventually these lots might be really desirable for their 2 children, neither of whom is an adult at this point. And all this time the clock is ticking, and I'm kind of kicking them going, you know, your vested rights are going to expire in 2025. You might want to make a decision. And they just weren't ready to pull the trigger on residential development. The simplest thing they could have done would have been what their predecessor did 3 times. We could have gone to the staff and submitted the site plans and said, please approve these again. And, you know, I have all the drawings now, and we have the whole document. We could have just given it to them and said, please give us another 3 years. Thank you very much. And that would have happened. But the applicants decided they really didn't want to kick the can down the road one more time. They really don't want to build on this thing for as long as we can allow that to happen. They're not in any rush to develop this property. So they said, let's ask for a longer period of vested rights. Let the children grow into adults and see if it is timely in 5 or 10 years to build at that time. And in exchange for asking the county for that longer period, they want to grant you a conservation easement. And you've seen a lot about the conservation easement, so I don't have to give you a lot of detail. But yes, it is the scrub brushlands above the ditch. Is it developable under today's code? No. We can't subdivide these properties. The 2 development rights are the 2 development rights. But I will, at the conclusion of this presentation in a couple of minutes, give you what I think is a pretty compelling reason why this conservation easement, I think, is quite valuable to the county. So Franco mentioned we were going to be in front of you in February. We got an objection letter from Compass. Part of that asked us, why didn't you submit the site plan applications? How do you extend vested rights or grant vested rights when you don't have a site plan to approve? And the staff said, guys, you better submit the site plans. And we agreed with that, so we resubmitted the site plans. As you saw, the only thing that's new on the site plan is the agricultural equipment building. So let's move ahead. Okay.
You're doing great.
I'm trying. Yeah, so that's the revised site plan with the ag equipment building that you've seen. You've seen some of this language from Franco about vested rights. And when can the board grant vested rights? And it says if the owner or applicant makes commitments to protect significantly more open space. We think that's what we're doing here. So I will move on. There are 4 criteria. That's the conservation easement that we're proposing in a different graphic. So that's another statement in the code that I think is particularly important in the vested rights language. It requires us to conform to the provisions of the land use code that are in effect on the date the extension is granted. So this is something the Woody Creek Caucus mentioned in their referral comments. They were concerned that this application was first approved in 2005. Are we under the old code? Are we under the code that was in effect when the site plans were first approved in 2015? No. We must comply with the code that's in effect today. If you grant this extension, we will comply with the code that's in effect today. In the last letter that we submitted in late February, we went through all of the ordinances that you've adopted since the last site plan approval was granted in 2022. I went through every ordinance and checked whether we complied with the provisions that you had adopted. Of course, the most substantive one was the house size changes, but there were changes to the solar regulations, et cetera. We comply with every one of those. We're in compliance with every aspect of the code. That's why the staff is recommending site plan approval. So there are 4 criteria that you need to consider in granting these vested rights. Okay. Compliance with conditions of prior approvals, progress made in pursuing the project, benefits the county has received, and the needs of the applicant and the county that would be served by the extension. I will walk through these quickly. Compliance with prior conditions, we've recorded all the documents that are required to be recorded, improvements agreements, vested rights agreements, and protective covenants. Improvements outlined in the agreement were accomplished by Compass to the roads and the utilities on the Compass site. Site plan approvals have been obtained. So most of the conditions that are in the resolution get complied with at building permit. These were the things that had to be done along the way. Progress made with the project, I've just mentioned those plats, agreements, and covenants, but more importantly, the prior owner spent about $2.5 million installing utilities, driveways, fire suppression facilities, ponds, and planting the trees. I got that number from the prior owner's representatives. That's not a number that we made up. And as I told you, we've spent about $400,000 upgrading the irrigation system. So we've done quite a bit to kind of vest these approvals. The benefits received by the county, most fundamentally, this subdivision was created as a way to endow Compass with funds to make the infrastructure improvements. That has happened. As Franco mentioned, the parcels have remained undeveloped. The approvals are well below the density that the code would have allowed, which is a benefit. And the approved house sizes are below what the code would have allowed at the time and what the code allows today. The last thing, the needs of the applicant of the county. So the conservation easement, as we've talked about extensively, covers about 3/4 of the property. As Franco has showed you, that conservation easement contributes to a contiguous pattern of open space. The neighboring parcels have conservation easements on them or are open space parcels themselves. And I think the other thing, and this is kind of the kicker in the conservation easement from my perspective, it ensures that there won't be any future changes to the land regardless of what might happen to the county's land use regulations in the future. And, you know, in the past, we might have felt like our regulations are kind of like forever. And then the state started getting involved, not in the way Montrose County suggested the state would get involved, but they issued certain directives to counties about their land use regulations. And last year, you folks had to make changes to the growth management regulations that you hadn't anticipated. We don't know particularly what the federal government's going to do every single day of the week. And we certainly don't know what the state is going to do. But they could adopt policies that require you to make changes to your zoning districts, to your growth management regulations, or the TDR system. And while there's no development that could occur on that land today, we just don't know. So this is a way to achieve permanence. Once the conservation easement's on there, nothing can happen to this property other than what the conservation easement will allow on the property, which will be maintenance of the open space and wildland values. So do I think it's valuable to you to put a conservation easement on this land? You bet I do. And so does open space and trails, and so does CPW. So we hope with that you will approve the site plans. They've been approved 3 times before. We would hope you would do that again, and that you would grant this level of vested rights so that we can keep the property just the way it is and keep it agriculturally productive. That's it.
Okay, questions for Alan?
Comments, no questions, I can wait.
Okay. I do have a question because I guess I'd like to understand, oh, looks like Jocelyn has her hand up too. Jocelyn, I'll just ask my question and then I'll call on you. Why don't they want to let their vesting expire? I mean, currently, couldn't they come in under our code and be able to build bigger than what this proposes?
Well, there are development agreements in place that limit the house sizes.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have to unwind all of that as well. You know, frankly, no, they don't have an interest in any of that. I mean, as I said, their simplest approach, and, you know, part of me wonders why we didn't take the simplest approach. We could have just come back in and asked for 3 more years, and in 3 years, ask for 3 more years. You know, we know that the county is looking at significant changes to the code. None of us know what those are going to be, so vested rights are certainly important to them to be able to know what kind of house they can build. But, you know, if you folks change the house size significantly in this county, would I be surprised if that were a rule of general applicability and affected these parcels? No, I wouldn't. We know we're not getting a whole heck of a lot in this vesting, but it's a sense of security about the future, because these are folks that they're not speculating on these properties. That's not what they're doing here. They're really trying to protect their own backyard, and I think doing it in a way that benefits all of their neighbors.
Roy, did you have something you look like you wanted to answer? Okay. Let me go to Jocelyn, and then I'll go to Jeffrey. Thank you. Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. And you?
Good, good. Okay, so I wanted to add to what Alan very clearly and eloquently stated about the conservation easement. And I think this is quite a significant issue, because everyone says, well, if the property's not developable, then of what value is the county getting? And I just wanted to remind everyone that the negotiation of a conservation easement is a significant process, and it contains a lot more than you can't build a house on this property. The restrictions that are imposed via conservation easements are significant. They preclude recreational use of the property with motorized vehicles generally. I mean, these are conservation easements that I know this particular client has encumbered its property with previously. Compliance with NRCS guidelines, using best ranching and management practices, controlling noxious weeds, no accumulation of garbage. I mean, the conservation easements impose many restrictions on the owners for the use of that property. And otherwise, I mean, you could have snowmobiles racing up and down the property, because it's private property and it's not conserved. And so I just want to reiterate that it's not simple to maintain a conservation easement. It's not cost-free, but it's something that this particular owner has done previously and is willing to do again. And I suggest that it's quite a benefit to have someone who's willing to go down that path and further restrict their property than what it's currently restricted to. That's all.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Jeffrey.
This may be for JT and or Alan. On page 4 of the memo, it talks about agricultural operations, and then page 5 we switch to agricultural development. So I know this is not like a James Powell speech, but we look at these words and the changes, and can you describe the changes to go from an ag operation to ag development? What does it look like going forward? Is that further irrigation? Is it changes you said you already have the ag exemption with the county. Are we seeing any other changes, I guess?
Really, it's just the two buildings that have been identified. Yesterday, JT and I were talking about potentially a hay storage building. So, one of the 3-sided open buildings, because there's significant hay that's generated off these properties, and right now they're having to store it in the winter off-site, which means it gets trucked down valley and all this kind of stuff. But that's all we're talking
Cozy
about.
Point. Sorry, that was humor again. It's not working today.
Yeah, I mean, really, the owners own a lot of equipment, and right now most of it is stored on what used to be Don Johnson's property along Little Woody Creek Road, and most of it is stored outside. They have very little in the way of inside storage, and that's why the first thing that we looked at for these two parcels was there's a 3,000 square foot barn on parcel 2 approved, fully site planned, and Pat was like, well, that's not gonna cover all of the equipment that we already have that we're using on these properties. That's why we came in for a subdivision plat amendment, which we're able to do without county approval, because both parcels are over 35 acres. And we made parcel 2 137 acres. They had been something like 72 and 100. We increased the size of parcel 2 to generate a larger barn on parcel 2, which would have been able to take all of the equipment that he's got. Then he started going, no, let's just do something small on parcel one. Let's get something done. So this 990 square foot ag equipment building that you would be approving here is the agricultural development that we anticipate right now.
Perfect.
The barn, I'm encouraging JT to get Pat to commit to the barn as well. I think it would be really good to do both of those buildings at once and get that done. But
Go ahead,
that's
sir.
it.
Yes, Jeffrey.
And then one follow-up. Thank you for that definition. Any fire mitigation that's going to be done on the properties? So specifically, this area seems under-mitigated, if you will. So I'm wondering, from an environmental standpoint, do you anticipate any
And
changes?
you're talking about the brushland up above, more than, because I know there are fire suppression facilities and ponds and irrigated pastures for the lands below. Any thoughts on that, JT?
Come on up. Thank you.
We don't have a set plan for any sort of fire mitigation. We do have an annual audit, insurance carrier audit, that gives us direction on clearing and some fire mitigation around the existing structures. But we haven't done anything specific to the conservation easement part of the property. Not to say that we wouldn't. And in general, fire mitigation, obviously we have the irrigation. We do have a trailer equipped for firefighting purposes that we keep on site just to go wherever it, hopefully is never needed. But yeah, we're certainly aware of the danger and the potential there.
Jocelyn, you still have your hand up?
I don't mean to.
Okay, just checking. Patty?
There we go.
Obviously, there's plenty of water rights on this property, so we don't have to worry about water to fill the ponds, and some of the ponds are diversion ponds, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Swimming pool. I don't know, I'm gonna look at staff on that. With the new energy code, there was lots of discussion, thanks to Gideon Kaufman, about swimming pools and heated swimming pools and the energy use. So that's part of any future whenever they go to develop and put in a swimming pool?
They'll be subject to the energy code.
Okay, because that's a lot of energy use. So just a comment.
And we understand that we have to comply with all of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
current solar regulations.
We
now.
just had a lot of discussion about swimming pools.
And frankly, the swimming pool is there because the prior owner put it on the plans.
Okay, so
we
it could
haven't-
come to fruition.
We haven't changed it. I would be confident that when the houses are going to get built, if they're ever going to get built, that site plans will be formulated by these owners for houses that they want to live in.
Okay.
So they really didn't want to engage the architect in designing houses that they have no intention of building this year, next year,
I
or
just
the
wanted
year
to
after.
flag just the swimming pool and the
Yeah.
energy use.
Yeah, I kind of scratched my head about it too when Franco had it in his memo. I'm like, oh, okay, there's a swimming pool there.
Well, and my last question is the TDRs, and correct me if I'm wrong, I might not remember this, but I know that one of our caucus areas required that TDRs come from that caucus area to be moved into does that still hold true with Woody Creek? They can come from anywhere in the county?
That was, I think, at one
That
point
used to
in
be.
Woody Creek's plan.
That was like in the original
I
TDR
could
code.
not speak to that at this point, if that still lives in their master plan. It's nothing that was ever codified.
Okay, I just remember that being a discussion, because they said they didn't want development being sterilized somewhere else and then put in Woody Creek. They'd rather be sterilized in Woody Creek, the land, and then the development.
It's definitely not in the code anymore.
Okay, I remembered, it's just.
I remembered that too.
And it's not in either of the development agreements, so that requirement didn't get memorialized if it was in effect in 2005,
Okay.
which I think
Right.
it was a 1990s provision that there was language that TDRs from the back of Aspen Mountain could only be used in the Up Valley area, and
Right, there was
TDRs
that
from
language.
Tornado
But
would-
there, and there was also something with Woody Creek,
Yeah,
I think, and it may have just been sort of in making recommendations on applications that came up. I don't know if
Yeah,
it was
that's just
ever
maybe just,
in their actual
might be
master
something
plan.
just to look
Yeah,
into.
because like the Chaparral project, uses TDRs created within the Chaparral lands for the Chaparral houses. So
Yeah, we do that in other places,
Yeah.
but this one, I thought it was the bigger
Yeah.
Woody Creek. So let's just
Not
make sure that's
applicable
not,
here.
that's not of concern. And, right, I think that's those are my only questions right now.
Thanks, Patty. Any other questions before I open the public comment?
I'd love to ask, can you put up the photo again, just the photograph that shows the meadows looking from the south, just so we can get an idea, and if you could sketch out where the conservation easement actually is. I was having trouble understanding exactly where the boundary line was, and does it include any ag fields at all?
No,
or is it
it's everything above the ditch.
everything above the ditch? I'm
Yeah.
just wondering why. Why wouldn't the ag fields be in the conservation easement?
Paul's got your answer.
Do you want to come up, Paul?
Sure.
Yeah, I had a feeling that might come up. I'm Paul Singer, Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager with Open Space. And that came up at Open Space and Trails Board meeting as well. I think when you look at the development plan, you can see that there are some irrigated fields that aren't being planned to be developed. We brought it up with the applicant, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we believe that they were consistently saying that they don't want to develop, they don't want to have to keep coming back, and they want to reserve this irrigated acreage to have something to possibly further conserve when they come back next time. So I think we made the comment that we would like to see irrigated acreage, but we will take the 130 acres of this hillside. It's southwest facing, and it's good wildlife habitat, and it's a voluntary program. So
I don't know, just we need to confirm. So they want to keep the ag land out of the conservation easement so they can, when they come back again for another approval at some point, they've got a bargaining chip? Is that?
If they need to come back for another approval, it'll be.
that's how I understood it.
Because the language of the code says to have a extension of vested right, there has to be essentially some county benefit.
Right. Well, I could see other benefits as well, but, right. Thank you. On that, the other question I had is, had they considered looking forward? I think part of a lot of what the vested right is for is trying to anticipate what could happen with energy codes, and we're trying to clamp down and do net zero and net zero energy by 2050, decarbonization, all these goals that we've set. And I wanted to encourage Pat and Mary to join us in that. And I'd love to see a commitment to electrify this. Don't put in a gas line, save the money, and maybe electrify the whole thing. And maybe on-site solar would be required, but that should be what's happening up there. And the other thing I was going to say, and this you haven't come with the application for a house yet, but really, do the kids really need houses that large? 9,000 square foot approval. If you're never going to use it, why not just
They
cut it
scratch
down?
their heads the same way, yes.
Yeah,
We
so
hear you.
they could reduce that. It wouldn't hurt me at all. I'd be really eager to approve this if I saw more in that regard, because if they understand the way we're going and anticipate it, let's join us in trying to do the work we're doing with electrification and reduction of massive house size, because those are still really huge house approvals. Those are my concerns. And then, well, yeah, electrification just might save some trenching. I don't know how much, but it doesn't sound like much. But leave the gas in the plugged. Thanks. I don't know if there's a response to that. And also, I don't know how Matt and Pat and Mary are doing. It'd be great if they'd come in sometime. It's always nice to see the applicants.
It's only one hearing.
I know, this is a one-time
Great,
meeting, right?
thanks. Francie?
Well, I'm wondering if the agreement that they made not to subdivide any further sterilizes the meadow anyway. It doesn't seem like there could be more built on there if they've, I don't know what that agreement is or the extent of that agreement, or.
There's just no further subdivision, really, I think.
So that means they can't have any other dwellings than the ones that have already been approved,
Can't
correct?
subdivide the property. They're zoned RS20, so they couldn't come back and say, I'd rather, sorry, the screen just did something really weird.
It's been doing that
They couldn't
regular.
come back and go, we'd like to further subdivide our 100 acres into 5 lots.
But could they build
And
other buildings up there?
Well, the activity envelopes
potentially
limit us from moving development into the.
They'd have to come back
That's
through
what
a
I thought.
further review process
Uh-huh.
to ask to do something. And since I was involved in all those approvals long ago, I mean, I know CPW was always very much wanting to maintain that buffer.
Mhm.
And so they were very strong on the placement of those envelopes and trying to keep the residential development, everything, on those lower areas. But if they came back in for an envelope for another ag building or, something, they'd have to come back through our process to do that. So I wouldn't say they cannot do anything up there. I mean, they have an envelopes that extend above a little bit now. Could they ask, to move that, change that? Yes, in the future. So
Yeah,
it's not a
just for
prohibition.
landscaping, I think, Suzanne.
What?
It's just for landscaping that we have that right.
Okay, that's just landscaping, so
The
it's not any
structures are all
buildings at this
limited to basically edges of meadows. And, I mean, any discussions we've had at this point have been about putting ag buildings in the activity envelopes. We've never had a single discussion about moving the activity envelopes or extending the activity envelopes. The activity envelopes are generous for the size of houses that are approved. There's really no reason to go elsewhere.
Well, I don't know the applicants, but it sounds like they definitely have the right motives about this property. But there's nothing to say that something happens to them where they have to sell it and somebody else then
Clearly.
could. So it's really about the future, not about these particular applicants. It's about
I
protecting the
understand.
property for the future.
I
So,
understand.
so I kind of agree with you that it would be nice to have some conservation easement on the meadows or the pastures. But maybe it does make sense for them to hold that out for, I don't know.
Can you clarify for me the breakdown of the acreage relative to proposed conservation easement, irrigated lands, and then residential?
Oh, God.
Is that possible? Or, I mean, just a stab. It doesn't have to be
I don't have
surveyed.
the irrigated lands per se. Because when you look at the CWCB irrigated lands in our data, it's going over areas that are the access areas. So the best is to have someone on the ground go and map those areas to get an accurate representation, of course. And again, 130 acres of conservation easements on these two parcels that are
172.
172, so 75% of the lands will be 75 or 70%?
75.
75% of the lands will be in the conservation easement.
And what's irrigated now? Do we know the acreage?
That's what we know.
I don't have a number for that. The code does require us to preserve irrigated
Right.
land, so we don't get to just willy-nilly put roads and/or structures in the irrigated lands.
Sure.
The condition that the staff has required is that at least 85% of the historically irrigated lands be maintained, because that's what the code requires. And we're 100% behind that condition. We have no problem with it.
We don't know what to count that against. So.
Yeah, we have, the condition basically says we have to demonstrate how much historically irrigated land there has been and how much we are maintaining.
We're just not in that point of the process
yeah,
yet.
we weren't asked to do that as part of the
Sure.
pre-app, so we didn't do it in the application.
Mhm,
And
got
this
it.
kind of came up last week in discussions with Franco, and I'm like, absolutely, you have the right to ask for this, and we'll comply with the code standard.
Mhm.
But I don't have that number for you.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know if Jocelyn has any thoughts about the irrigated lands. Frankly, the comment that Paul made about what happened at the the meeting, that's the first I've heard of it, that they were holding that out. I'm not privy to that information. Jocelyn, I mean, this is the
Jocelyn, do you
area
want to comment?
that the applicant just voluntarily said, I would like to conserve.
Sure. Go ahead. Hi, Jocelyn, go ahead. I think you have to unmute.
Hi.
Hi.
So I know that was a consideration in a prior application, and that might have been in connection with the 2 Mile Ranch. I have never heard that as part of this discussion, but it does make sense if you think about it to not, to not conserve everything all at once. But I can't answer you as far as whether that has ever been discussed with Paul. Paul, did you have a conversation with the owners about that?
Put me on the spot. I don't think I talked to Pat about this. It could have been anybody. Though I do have a recollection saying that, we'd really like to see this irrigated acreage included as well. And that was the answer that I remember, that, hey, we don't want to develop. We're going to get 10 years. In 10 years when we come back and hopefully maybe we still don't want to develop, we'd like to have something left to have a bargaining chip, as Greg put it.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Well, and I think it's pretty obvious that that bargaining chip doesn't have as much value because it's already going to be protected by the historic irrigated pastures that they have to maintain. So there's really not, and the fact that we pretty much restricted development to these 2 houses, residential. So that still gives them some chip to bargain with, but the value of that is already limited by no further development, no further subdivision, and the need for historic preservation of 85%.
85%.
Yeah, so it's already limited in itself. And if they want to come back if they choose to come back or need to come back in 10 years, you can understand, but then the board can weigh that. Well, it's already preserved. We don't know if this is really enough to be given to the county to extend vested rights if they were to come back in 10 years, or if whatever we give them, 5 years, 3 years, whatever. So I don't have a problem. I understand it would be nice, but also from the property owner's side and from realistically looking at what our land use code already does over that land, I think we're good.
Okay, is there other questions? I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing. Oh,
Not
Suzanne.
a question, but
Yes.
just to Patty's question about the Woody Creek Master Plan. The 2016 plan does include the statement, we recommend the use of TDRs generated within Woody Creek to enlarge houses in Woody Creek. That's their plan, it's not codified.
I knew that the
and I feel
conversation
like
had
they're
been
probably in older approvals, right? We may have put language to sort of say, try for Woody Creek TDRs first and see. I do think there's been issues with that, people being able to get them. Like, is the supply available for the demand? So,
we kind of left that open. If you can't get them, try Woody Creek first. If you can't.
But so it's not codified, and it's definitely not something that's captured in the resolution at this point.
It might be something the board would want to consider capturing in the resolution.
But Suzanne, the ability to utilize TDRs to effectuate the previously approved development has already been memorialized in the prior resolution approving the subdivision, correct?
Correct.
So it's not
Right,
part
so
of
the right
this
to use
application.
TDRs. Yeah,
Thank
got
you.
it.
Okay, thought I'd throw that out there just in case.
Other questions? Jocelyn, your hand's still up. Do you have another comment? No, okay. Is there anyone in the room or online who wishes to provide public comment on the application for Little Ditch 1 and 2 activity envelope, site plan review, and 10-year vested right? Scott Simon, I see you. Go ahead. Now you can unmute and talk.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We sure can.
So I'm the neighbor to the west below that, the two properties in Little Woody Creek. And I actually don't really have an objection with this. I do have a couple questions. One is, there's been some difficulty for us to get to the Salvation. We're up at the Salvation Creek. We have a right of way. I just want to make sure that that's honored going forward. The other is, I'm on the kind of an advisor to the board at Compass, and the ACS driveway, the Compass School driveway, is kind of a mess. Probably requires, minimum of $40,000 this year just to patch it up some, and it probably needs about $1 million of work at some point if it's going to be really high quality. Construction will destroy that road. I'm kind of curious how that will work down the road, because if you're running equipment up and down there, I think that road will probably, I have a master's in engineering, I think that road will probably fail. One other thing that's come up here, and this is not an objection to this property, but I think it's something the board should address, is that, Woody Creek with 250 to 290 people has become a capital of Pitkin County, and a couple things. TDRs is one. The caucus says with 2% of the population, we're using 40% of the TDRs. We're also obviously having, we saw the Bell, whatever it's called, property, lots of 9,000 square houses trying to get built, lots of 10-year vesting, lots of use of the conservation easements, which is not synonymous with open space, which it gets used at some places in here. Because all of these have been unbuildable, they're not accessible to the public or the neighbors. The donor ends up with a tax credit, not a deduction, a credit of up to $5 million on these big ones. And so I guess the question is just, are these easements really giving the county something, or is the donor the one that's really getting the benefit? By the way, I'm not objecting to this property. But you can't build up on where this easement is. I look at it out my window. They don't make houses on properties like that.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else online who wishes to provide public comment? Okay. No one in the room? All right, I will close the public hearing. Patty?
So I know that Mr. Simon was involved in our discussion with Beljack Blue. I'm never going to get that right. With the road issues, the impact of construction. Is that something that can be included or will be included in the construction management plan? That the evaluation of the road and the impacts. That road, I've been dealing with this as long as you have, except I had that little gap in between dealing with the issues with the Compass, the school, the community school road and access. But I would like to see it not further damaged above and beyond the activity it already gets by construction. So is that something we can ask to be included in the construction management plan? An evaluation of the road prior to construction?
I guess we could. I have no understanding of what agreements these property owners have with the school already related to the shared use of that road. So I guess that the issue hasn't come up. I don't know, Rye, if you have any thoughts on, or maybe Jocelyn.
Yeah, I'd ask Jocelyn
if she has
to jump in on this, because there is an agreement between this owner and the school on maintenance of the road. Unless I'm completely mistaken, I don't believe this is a public road. It's a private road.
It's a private road.
And there is an agreement between the private landowners for maintenance, and these owners are responsible for their share of the maintenance. Before Jocelyn jumps in, and I see she's got her hand up, which is great, I would note that putting off the residential development is a great way to ensure that we minimize the construction impacts on this road. So we're not trying to be developers right now. We're trying to be conservers and not create those impacts on the road. But Jocelyn, why don't you explain the
Can I
existing road
just finish
agreement?
before Jocelyn?
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, which I appreciate, but in 5 years or whenever they do decide to build, we're gonna have construction
Yeah.
impacts. So I would like to know what but that's something we could maybe write in, that at such time as, but let's see what the existing agreements are. But if, when they go to do development, if they choose to ever do it, that there's some kind of road evaluation from construction impacts. But
I understand.
Jocelyn, thank you for letting me finish.
All right, Jocelyn, do you want to explain whatever the road share agreement is?
So there is an existing easement and road maintenance agreement between Compass, the Little Ditch Properties, and one other owner that also uses a portion of the road. So it's a kind of a three-party agreement, and it requires the shared maintenance and snow plowing and things like that, which we have recently been in discussion with Compass. Compass has some interest in improving the road, which isn't contemplated by the agreement, but the Little Ditch owners are working with them on obtaining, exactly what it is they want. And I think it has something to do with guardrails and improving one of the curves or the bends of the road. So that's ongoing. That discussion is ongoing, and it's going to be something that involves three people, three different entities, not just the Little Ditch owners, but Compass and another owner. I do think it's appropriate to look at the road and the condition of the road prior to any construction and say, that perhaps the Little Ditch owners will maintain the road during construction, and then if damage is done to the road, that they bring it back to the condition it was in prior to construction. And I think that's appropriate, and I think that is something we could certainly include in a construction management plan.
Should we put a sub-mention of that in the conditions of approval?
I think you would want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Jocelyn, for the information. I really appreciate it.
Okay, other questions or discussion for the board? Public comment, public hearing is closed. We have a resolution in front of us, some proposed amendments.
Seeing none, would you like a motion?
Well, no, because I'm not sure where, I think we should discuss if the board's in alignment with the resolution as proposed, or.
Well, that's what I was waiting to see. Nobody seems to be interested in.
There's agreement on 10-year vesting, activity and site plan. I think Patty's proposition to add some language relative to construction management, impacts to the road is appropriate. Right?
While the board is considering what they would like to do, I just want to address, Paul and I were just discussing, in a circumstance where a conservation easement is granted as part of obtaining development entitlements, which is certainly what is in front of you today.
Mm-hmm.
That would generally remove that conservation easement from the availability of obtaining some kind of state tax credit or other tax benefit from doing that. So just wanted to remind the board of that. I know you have all heard that before, so probably worth noting though.
No, that's super helpful.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
I literally was thinking this today about the bigger picture of how we manage sort of these benefits and their kind of self-serving nature of the tax impacts. I mean, I did look up, this property is paying $200 in tax a year because of its agricultural status. So I don't think there's any other reduction that could possibly happen to really affect that meaningfully. That's why I was sort of curious about the division of land between conservation easement, ag, and then what will ultimately be a residential assessment on portions of it eventually. So thanks, I appreciate that, and I did really appreciate Scott's comments to that effect, because I think along those lines as well. Okay. Yes,
vested
Greg.
rights. I don't know if anyone else.
Jump on in, yes, please.
I am concerned. I read the comments regarding the arguments why a 10-year vested right might not be appropriate. I tend to be attracted to them because when someone promises they're not going to develop it, I think that's a win for everybody. But they're looking for a guarantee for the future. But they're really not offering guarantees to us. They're saying our intention is to do what? But if Pat and Mary decide to move to, Florida tomorrow and sell the place, what would be the intention of the new buyer? We don't have any guarantees there. I guess we've got our conservation easement up on the sage-covered hill, but I'm a little. I just wonder. Everyone's intentions are good, but things change. Circumstances change. But what they're asking us to do is lock it in for 10 years, and I'm still choking on that. I'd like to hear what other people on the board think.
I'm confused. Sorry, Francie, I'll wait.
Sorry, Francie, go ahead.
Well, I think locking it in for 10 years is better than locking it in for 5 years, because it is restrictive. It's the activity envelope is what it is. So actually, I think that might afford us more protection than if it were for 5 years, and then new buyers came in, and I don't know. I at first I had concerns about a 10-year invested right, because I think there have been times where people just keep putting off and extending their vested rights until they sell it or so. It does seem like this is not the case here, but so anyway, I'm not sure that the 10 years of vested rights is an impediment to protecting this land, I guess is the way I see it right now.
Can I ask go ahead, Patty, and then I want to ask
real
Rag
quick,
for
my
clarification.
confusion was, Greg, what you said. They are stating that they are agreeing to a prohibition of residential development for a period of 5 years. They're not saying, it's not like they're just passing a comment, we might not develop for 5 years. They're agreeing to a prohibition.
that, yeah.
So it's more secure than.
A recorded covenant to
Yeah.
that effect.
I appreciate that. I think the neighbors appreciate that.
Yeah, so it's more solid than that, so thank you.
I think where I'm confused and could use a little clarity is, the extension of vested rights, the way I think about them is the protection against land use code changes that may reduce options to what the owner wants to do compared to today's condition. But when we have all these development agreements already recorded on the property, I'm not quite sure if I'm thinking about it the right way, because I'm like, well, is the development agreement what's going to control what they get to do, or is it whatever the land use code says, either at their time of vesting or at the time the code changes? That's more impactful.
Sure. Without being specific to this property, but generally speaking, a development agreement oftentimes defines, one, a period of vested rights. So if you have an extended period of vested rights under the code, there's a requirement for a development agreement to memorialize what that extended period is and what will or will not take place during that period of time. What did you say, the prior subdivision was approved in 2008?
Five.
I think initially
2005. I'm sorry. So I don't have a copy of that development agreement in front of me right now, but I am confident that the applicant would not be in front of you asking for either new vested rights or extended vested rights if that existing development agreement had a vesting period that included now and into the future. So there's that. There's specific provisions in our code that relate to GMQS exemptions for BoCC approved subdivisions, and I'm not sure how that would apply to this particular approval now. And I'm not sure if I'm helping you other than saying, generally speaking, the development agreement could govern what could or could not be built up until that agreement in the vesting period specified therein expires. So, for example, I think house size is a really easy example to utilize right now, just because we've been talking about it within the last couple of years quite a bit. to the extent they have a development agreement that allows them to build certain house size that exceeds our current limitations, and the vesting stated in that development agreement is still applicable, then they could build a house that exceeds our current house size. Just like if you were to approve this application today and give them a 10-year vested period for the one residence that was at almost, is it 9,000 square feet, I think? That size of development would be protected for 10 years in the event that the BoCC further reduced house size. Things like electrification and building code changes, renewable energy requirements, things like that are not protected by the vesting. So to the extent that there were a requirement 5 years from now that all new residential structures in Pickens County, I'm sure Jeff is going to be kicking me because I'm going to get it wrong, but to the extent 5 years from now there's a requirement that all new residential structures in Pickens County be electric ready and or only be served by electric, nothing in this vesting would protect them from a change in the code between now and then to make that happen.
So that would require a change in the development agreement.
It would not require a change in the development agreement unless for some reason, and I couldn't imagine why you would do this, but you entered into a development agreement that said something to the effect of, despite future changes to the building code regarding electrification, this house shall be entitled to utilize gas during a period of 10 years. I don't see you guys doing that.
Oh, come on.
So let me ask, like, specific to this
Sure.
application. So they're not vested now, right? Because it expired in March.
They are vested because
their
the
application was
application was
in.
submitted before the vesting expired.
Okay. Okay. So say I'm
That
just
holds the-
saying we don't approve. Say we don't approve this today. What happens to the development agreement that says they have a TDR that provides them, you know, one TDR to get up to 5,750, one TDR to 7,500. And then the rest of this is a little confusing. But, like, what happens to that?
Sure.
This is where I'm, because I'm like, they
that-
have this development agreement, it's been recorded.
Alan and
here are these
Suzanne can
things.
help me because they were a part of
happy to
that,
help.
but I assume that was part of a special review approval to land those
Right, I mean,
TDRs.
the approval, right, absent even the development agreement, which tied it up with additional vested rights.
Correct.
The approval was granted to utilize TDRs at those numbers for their development rights. That does not lapse under the land use code, the use of the TDRs, so they have the right to
So
that,
regardless of
with
whether
or
we-
without a development
Woody Creek-
agreement.
Sorry.
Rise flinching, so, you know, maybe
No,
look to
I
him
mean,
for.
so I have,
He's got a
I have
twitch.
noticed the exact issue that you're raising in the code previously. There's a distinction in the code between vesting, lapsing, and lapsing is more akin to a development approval expiring.
Yeah.
The code does not specifically call out that a special review approval for a TDR landing site expires ever. So theoretically, that ability to utilize TDRs to develop up to a certain size home never goes away on a particular piece of property. But I think that is not akin to vesting, and I think to the extent that a vested short answer, I don't think you can just continue to be vested in the utilization of those TDRs for that size development in perpetuity simply because the approval continues to exist.
I would agree with that. I mean, if, right now, it allows them up to 9,000 on the one lot. That's consistent with the code that is in effect
Yeah.
today. If that changed to 5,750 max in the future, then I would say no, you can use the TDR to get that 5,750, but it's not allowing you to do more than that at that point. You're
After
not
the 10
vested for
years.
that.
Okay,
Right.
that's
mean, if
helpful.
it's not
That's how
vested.
I'm trying to think
Yeah.
about,
It's
like,
not
what's the risk
vested.
to vesting or not vesting if they have, how this interacts with the other development approvals. So you've answered that for me, thank you.
Sorry,
That's
and I
okay,
just,
appreciate
the
that.
last thing, the lapse of
Go ahead.
lapsing, the lack of
The lapse.
lapsing of the special review approval protects them or prevents them from having to include that component of their site-specific development plan application in front of you now today. Meaning they can submit merely an application for activity envelope and site plan and not include the component that they would otherwise have to of landing TDRs through a special review approval to the BoCC.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, Alan, go ahead, and then Francie.
Yeah, just one additional point. I'd remind everyone that the prior owner got site plan approval. The first site plan approval they got was for infrastructure. And that owner spent several $1 million on infrastructure. In many, many jurisdictions in this country, let alone in Colorado, that level of expenditure would be considered to create what are called common law vested rights in a property. In other words, you've relied to, and I'm not going to argue whether that's the case here. I'm just going to say in many cases, people would say that with that level of investment already made in the property, the development entitlements that were received by the owner have now vested under the common law, and the house sizes are not changeable. You can't take away the goodies after you've made requirements that resulted in, number one, Compass getting millions and millions of dollars to make investments in its property, and number two, the private owner making millions of dollars of investments. At some point, the rights that you get are there, and as I say, there were development agreements, et cetera, et cetera. Clearly, if you were to say no today to everything, we would not have vested rights. We would then be going on all of these other questions of what's lapsed, what hasn't lapsed, what's vested under the common law, and it'd be a mess. But I tell my client, let's submit tomorrow these site plan applications and get 3 years and be back right in the lap of vested rights, because, like I said at the beginning, these applications comply with your current code. The house sizes comply with your current code. There's nothing about these site plans that would make the staff say, no, you can't get 3 more years.
Yeah, no,
Please
I get
don't
it.
consider that a threat.
No, no,
I'm just trying to explain the facts. We could have done that and avoided
Yeah, no, I get it.
all of this
I'm doing the mental
mashugana
exercise of
stuff.
understanding your trade-offs vis-a-vis our trade-offs.
Mashugana.
So that's all. But I do, thank you. I really do get that. Francie.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to approve this application, but I do have a question about vested rights and how, I understand how it protects the applicant, but doesn't it also protect us? Are the specifications of the current
Approval.
thank you, are they binding throughout the vested period?
I knew that you were going to ask that, and I was thinking about that when you were talking about it before, because I could see you were conceptually thinking on that term. The short answer is no. There's nothing that requires them to build let me start over. There's nothing that requires them from submitting an application to do something different on the property during this 10-year period.
Okay.
Meaning, let's just say a really bombastic example, but they want to relocate one of the activity envelopes to the middle of one of those ag fields that are generally protected under the code. There's nothing in the vesting language in the code that would say you can't do that for 10 years.
And the site envelope is not inextricably combined with the vested interest? It's plastic?
No, they get to potentially do they get to do what's in their application for activity envelope and site plan for a period of 10 years. But there's nothing that says
that's
on
all
our
you
side
can
of
do.
thing that said all you can
Okay.
do is that.
Thank you.
But of course, you would have to submit a new application to do something.
I understand.
That's all we can do under the current approvals.
Right.
But we could ask
Come
for
back in
something.
6 years.
But
Okay, I get
the
it.
only
Yeah.
thing that's vested is what we have approval for right now.
Okay.
Not some theoretical alternative.
Thank you.
Kelly, real quick. 'Cause,
Yes, Patty.
So if we chose not to approve this and move it forward, we would lose the benefit of that conservation easement over what I think is critical habitat year-round for all those different reasons. And that's what we've been trying to protect all throughout Pickens County, because we know of the loss of habitat and our desire to protect and nurture those herds of ungulates.
Inuits are different.
I'm talking about the angles of the road going up to the ungulates. The deer and the elk, I'm just gonna put it out there. And whoever else is living up there, other than human beings that might not be living up there, shouldn't be. So I don't wanna run the risk of losing that opportunity to conserve that land.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Gentlemen, Jeffrey,
Good.
you're supportive as is? Okay, that's good to know. I think I do as well. I've heard enough here that I'm comfortable with
Are you ready for a motion?
not giving up certain things that we weren't there to give up anyway and gaining a lot. And I really do appreciate the sincerity of the team. Greg, go ahead.
I'd make a motion.
We're gonna add some language, I think.
From Suzanne's.
Just a quick, and it was actually a language add to the reso. I think Alan had a slide that said, that this conforms to all of the provisions of the land use code in effect at the time of approval. I think it would be helpful to add that as a finding to the resolution, because it does, and I think it does respond to that concern that the caucus had raised.
Of this
about-
approval.
Yes. So in this resolution, we would add that as a finding.
And the condition, though,
About the
road
road
issue.
information, but yeah, that was just one that I hadn't brought
Do you
up.
wanna, we use some like pretty general standard language about the construction, the road impacts.
Yeah, we can
We just
grab
put
that,
that
we've
in there.
used
But do
that
you
in
wanna,
other approvals.
do we need to explain that to them?
And Alan's
We
okay.
understand it
Okay.
and we support it.
Great.
I heard Jocelyn.
Perfect.
If Jocelyn's good with it, I'm good with
I
it.
think essentially it'll be an evaluation before they start construction, and that they'll return it to the same condition. But
Okay.
it'll have a lot more words involved.
Sure. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion approving the resolution granting Little Ditch 1 LLC, Little Ditch 2 LLC activity envelope site plan review approval, and approving a 10-year vested real property right for the site-specific development plans as modified and amended by Suzanne and
By staff.
Staff. Thank you.
And that also
is that-
includes the wildlife, the change to the wildlife, the
Timing.
construction timing
Yeah.
under wildlife.
Including
that
the
it's
construction timing as
stride in.
specified by
So 3
CPW.
changes.
I'll second that.
Is that clear enough for everyone?
Yes.
3 additions. Okay. Any further discussion?
No, thank you. This
All
is
in
only the
favor?
25th time I've seen this property in my career.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I don't know how many, but
Congratulations.
I think it
Well,
was
I
not
think
quite
George
25,
would be
but
happy with this. I think he'd be happy with where the property's going.
I'll
Well,
tell him
thank
the next
you.
time I hike with him.
Thank you.
We become hiking and skiing.
Different
buddies.
George.
Different George,
I think
yeah.
she's on
I'm talking about
Stranahan.
Stranahan.
I thought the same
Oh,
thing
that-
too, though,
that
because
George.
George always had
Yeah,
vested
hopefully you won't
rights
see
where
him for a while
he's,
yet, Alan.
a little
For
thorn in
hiking?
George. and
I go by and see him at the
Hiking's a little
cemetery all
ways
the
out.
All
time.
not a
right,
fan.
congratulations,
Vested rights.
Franco.
Thank you.
Thanks, Franco. Good
Hi,
job.
thank you.
Thank
Nice
you,
to
guys.
meet you.
Thank you.
Since
You made me dance for
we,
my dinner
as a
here.
board, have already done open discussion, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second, thank you. All in
Thank
favor,
you,
please
Kelly.
say
Great
aye.
job.
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you, Spock.